Our Honorable Minister is expected in another 5 minutes. Request all the delegates to kindly take their seats, please.
With a huge round of applause, I request you all to welcome our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Minister of Science and Technology. Welcome, sir. I humbly call upon the dignitaries to kindly come on to the dais, please. Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Srimati Mercy Apau, Joint Secretary MSME, Dr. R.P. Singh, sir, from headquarters, Dr. Anjan Ray, our director, and Dr. Anil Jain, head RPPM. We welcome you all once again to the 6th day of the CSIR 1 Week 1 Lab program. Thank you, sir. I request our director, Dr. Anjan Ray, to kindly welcome our guests with a plant symbolizing life and a traditional Angavastra. Srimati Mercy Apau, request you to welcome her, sir, with a plant and an Angavastra. Shri R.P. Singh, sir. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. These are lines from the Shanti mantra of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. It means, from ignorance, lead me to truth. From darkness, lead me to light. I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate the event.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you, sir, for your auspicious inaugural. With no further delay, I request our director to welcome the guests and present CSIR-IIP's technology on biogas purification.
Good morning to everyone. Respected Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, Joint Secretary MSME, Ms. Mercia Pao, Mr. Rajendra Prasad Singh, who is Head of Innovation Management Directorate at CSIR headquarters, and Dr. Anil Jain, Head of Research Planning and Project Management at CSIR-IIP. It is a privilege to have you all here for today, which is day 6 of our 1 week, 1 lab campaign. And on each day, we have been looking at different stakeholder aspects of CSIR-IIP. Today, we are going to be talking about our MSME engagement. And as a lab, our philosophy has been that we have 2 mandates. The first mandate, help India reduce its energy dependence on foreign sources. The second mandate, decarbonize India's energy footprint. We can only achieve this mandate in 2 ways. One is work with the very large companies who represent the institutional production of power, fuels, etc. But on the other hand, there is a much larger base of the pyramid where energy consumption is daily and often it is wasteful. So if I look at the energy efficiency of a village chula, it is much, much lower than the energy efficiency of an LPG stove, and that is lower than the energy efficiency of a PNG burner. If we look at what is being done today in our cities, with the very active drive of our government to create energy access to the corners of the country, LPG has moved away from the cities towards the villages, and the cities are now receiving pipe gas, but we import pipe gas. So an interesting number to remember is 330 million. What is this 330 million? It is the number of tons of carbon atoms we import from outside the country every year. This used to be 350 million 4 years ago. That 6% reduction has come because of just 2 programs. The Satat program, creating biogas, the biogas conference is going on downstairs, and the ethanol blending program. These have brought down the demand, but we're still 330 million tons. And what do? We throw away 500 million tons of carbon atoms as a country. So if every MSME simply looked at carbon conversion, if every MSME simply looked at energy efficiency, and we could take this to every house in the country, we could be an energy independent nation. So finally, on that note, let us talk about 2 technologies where we have worked very closely with MSMEs in the past few years to make a difference in the country. We will start with the purification of raw biogas to pipeline quality biomethane. This ties in directly with our schemes like Govardhan and Satat. This ties in directly with the fact that we have a lot of animal base, a lot of plant base, and it's a renewable option which has been around in India from 1980. The difference is that if we can not only produce biogas, but we purify it to pipeline quality, then it can service our piped natural gas, which remember is mostly imported, and it can service our compressed biogas. Extremely versatile. Across CSIR, many of our labs have digesters to make biogas, but to purify it, we need to focus on removing the toxic contaminants, the corrosive contaminants, and improve its calorific value so that it burns efficiently. This is a double strike against climate change. Methane, which would be normally emitted from cow dung and other wastes, is 80 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. So if I burn methane, I actually save energy and I save greenhouse emissions. Our technology is a very simple process. We pump air or biogas, raw biogas, into a bed. In that biogas column, the carbon dioxide is absorbed and the methane passes through as a purified methane-rich gas. And then we can use the CO2 later. We take it out through a vacuum column, and we can get a CO2-rich gas, can be purified to pure CO2. We are also working on using pure CO2 to produce dry ice locally without electricity, without power, with unskilled labor, and theoretically, this can eliminate the need for cold storage across a lot of India very frugally. So this is something we would encourage our remote regions and MSMEs to look closely at using CO2 for fruit and vegetable and perishable storage. This pilot scale demonstration at Pune took place over a period of almost 7 years. It was run inside the Katraj Kachra Dam, and Colonel Samir Rege, retired from the Indian Army, who has been pioneering this work with us. He has lived inside that Kachra dump. His office is turning wealth into waste for many years now. And we could produce pipeline quality biomethane and establish not only the technology, but the fact that we can run that plant sitting in Dehradun through IoT. So it is not only the technology itself, but modernization, monitoring and operation through IoT. It's a unique process. I won't go through the great technical specifications, but we can say it's one of the lowest energy biogas processes in the country. And we believe that the Satat scheme, which allows for 5,000 of these units, will be a CSIR scheme, because CSIR also makes digesters appropriate for dairy from CFTRI, for vegetable waste from IICT, for kitchen food waste from NIIST, and so on. We're also working closely with Indian Oil, who have a process for making biogas from parali and other dry wastes. We have a number of licensing partners and a number of discussions going on. And the first commercial agreement has already been signed with Ms. Rudrapur Green Energy Private Limited. We will be handing over the technology today. We are flexible with our business models. It is largely a pay-as-you-earn model, so we have a stake. If the plant doesn't succeed, we do not get paid substantially. That also incentivizes IIP to handhold until projects succeed and are stable. Next, I would like to, again, personally, it is a matter of great privilege for IIP that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were challenged to service the oxygen needs of the country, and for a research lab to generate and deploy 108 oxygen plants of 1 ton per day, 100 beds per day, in a 6-month period from start to finish, from the day we were asked, could only be possible because we have MSME partners like the ones we are in this hall today. This was not something we could have done either on our own or with only the organized sector, because the drivers are very different. We saw the need for medical oxygen during the first wave in 2020. We had started to develop that process and brought it to a level of field demonstration in April 2021. Exactly 2 years ago, on the 14th of April, our then DG visited us and said, "This is the time. We have an oxygen crisis. Please deploy and tell us how many you can do." DRDO had received funds from PM CARES Fund, and seeing the tweet, they reached out to us saying, "How many can you make?" And we committed 120. Eventually, we could deliver 108 because some were in remote areas and some did not have the requirement by the time we built the plant. In 6 months, 108 plants were built with our partners, Gascon Engineering, Gastron Engineering, Ortec, Paras, and Atmos. And even more interesting was the fact that the supply chain had broken down. There was a key raw material called a zeolite, which was simply not available. We were able to use the power of the Indian government. The External Affairs Ministry reached out to the missions in Paris, in Switzerland. With my old contacts, we could actually get a plant opened in Switzerland that had been mothballed for 5 years, and they produced 4 tons of zeolite for us, which was then airlifted using the Indian Air Force and Air India. All of this got us to these plants. 108 plants were deployed. The PM CARES Fund were generous to support this effort. 14 vendors were empaneled. 5 actually built most of the plants. But there were also 4 others who supplied plants into the private sector during that time. We went from TRL 1 to TRL 9 in 1 year. This is the fastest deployment ever in CSIR. Not only this, but also the the BiPAP ventilator scale down from NAL and the PPE kits all happened at the same time across different labs in CSIR. So I think that during COVID is when we realized the full potential, and there is no reason for us to believe that we should now work slower than we used to. We can work at this pace all the time. I will not go through the technical novelty, but what we can say is there was an extremely flexible technology. We could use whatever was available and make it work. And today I'm pleased to say Dr. Ashish Lele from NCL will arrive in the afternoon, but NCL has also made tremendous progress in indigenizing whatever few imported components were left in this process. We did a field demonstration with the help of NCL in Pune. Everything was done remotely. We were not traveling. Everything was done online, by video, by IoT, and 108 plants were up with this distribution across states in a span of exactly 6 months from the day we were given the order. So these plants are all operating. They are all hooked up in IoT. All the AMCs are in place. And we are very proud that the MSME network in India helped us do this. The challenges are known. For MSMEs, a big issue is cash flow. We had to work very hard. We had tremendous support from a minister to help us with procedural issues. While maintaining compliance, we could unblock a lot of issues because of the help of our honorable minister. And every single day, Dr. Anil Jain, who's here, every single day, he met with the team for an hour to make sure that nothing stopped. It was a national cause. We learned the hard way, but we felt proud that it could be served because everyone was working together. It was not about technology. It was not about purchase. Everyone, supply chain, technology, science, management, vendors, government. NHAI built last mile connectivity to the plants. So NHAI was actually building roads where necessary to get the plant into place. The Air Force helped us deliver to remote Mizoram. And we are continuing our collaboration with NCL to indigenize the adsorbent. With that showcase of our 2 short success stories, all I will say is that it is a privilege to be working with MSMEs because that's where real industry lies. When the word industry can be also translated to mehnat. And when we see जो मेहनती हैं हमारे MSMEs, उतना मेहनत मैंने पहले कभी नहीं देखा. आप सबको दोबारा नमस्कार.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to now introduce our special guest, Shri R.P. Singh ji, who heads the Innovation Management Directorate at CSIR headquarters. Dr. Singh's expertise is in project management, business development, regulatory, and biotechnology. He has been spearheading main programs related to energy and climate change. I request you to say a few words, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Mantri ji, Dr. Anjan Ray, Srimati Mercy Pipao, Joint Secretary MSME, Dr. Jain, my dear friends and colleagues. First of all, I welcome Mantri ji and tell all the audience that what we are experiencing today is because of his idea. He gave a direction to CSIR that all the laboratories should come out with 1 week, 1 lab program. And sir, this process journey started from January onwards, and we are having every week 1 lab is having this program, and you yourself have participated in many of such programs. This is very good, and this also goes in line with the directive from our society and our Honorable Prime Minister that CSIR should meet its stakeholder more frequently, and our technology and relationship with the MSME, with the industry should be more. So we are working. This is one such occasion. And sir, from CSIR side, we have been doing a lot of research in climate change and energy sector. We have launched mission programs in hydrogen mission. Our CCUS mission is almost ready. It is in the finance, and hopefully within 15 days we will launch the CCUS mission. We have been supporting labs for developing recycling of lithium-ion battery, and that process technology at 100 kg scale will be demonstrated. Lithium-ion manufacturing plant, you know that the pilot plant is working at Sikri Madras complex. Even climate resilient building, we are again going to support one focus project, although we have done a lot of work, and recently CSIR-IIP has signed a MOU in this. So we are working, and with the government support and government initiative, a momentum has been created in the country to achieve the net zero by 2070. I feel that if we continue in this way, we can reach that target before that date. So we really sincerely thank the initiatives from government, and this is for humankind. This is not only for the government. Everyone, we are living on this planet, and we want this planet to be safe. Our next generation should be safe and healthy. So let us work on this line. And in this process also, there are many opportunities for MSME. Like we are developing cost-effective process for electrolyzers. So that again, the technology has to be taken, assimilated, and deployed by MSME. So many such technology will emerge from CSIR. So let us hope that we keep on such interaction in future also, and take maximum advantage from CSIR for the MSME sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As our director already mentioned, MSMEs are the growth engine of the nation, and they contribute to almost 30% of our country's GDP. It is my pleasure to now introduce the guest of honor of our day, Srimati Mercy Apau, the Joint Secretary of MSME. Ms. Mercy Apau is Joint Secretary, and prior to her current posting, she has served Government of India in various capacities across ministries and departments for the past 25 years. She is a postgraduate from Delhi University. As a Joint Secretary, she is in charge of implementation of various schemes pertaining to small and medium enterprises. Her passion is to see women and weaker marginalized section entrepreneurs to attain knowledge for gainful employment and successful entrepreneurship, which will lead to social upliftment and economic empowerment. She has been given the additional charge of CMD Director and Director of Finance of NSIC. In addition, she also looks after the coordination vertical in the ministry, which also handles Vision India at 2047, Toy Manufacturers Hub, Swachhata campaign. I request you to provide your valuable comments, ma'am.
Namaskar. Very good morning. Honorable Minister, sir. My time with sir goes back to Ministry of Donor. He was our minister then, and so it's good to see you, sir, after many years. And thank you, CSIR-IIP, for inviting me and to be a part of this beautiful one week, one lab event. MSME, as you know, is multi-sectorial, and one of the gap that we have always discussed is technology. And there is a huge requirement for CSIR and MSME to partner together, right? So many of you must be scientists. I'm always in awe of your brilliant mind because I'm not from that background. And so it always is so inspiring to see many of our brilliant scientists bringing out many, many innovations. But another gap, which is my personal view, I could be wrong, but being in the government for a very long time, I can say that there is always a gap, a mismatch, right? You bring out many good innovations, but it stops at the lab. And so I think it's time that MSME and CSIR labs work together so that whatever you invented, we take it to the market and then benefit the MSMEs, right? Because we look at the global value chain, we see that technology is a very important component. And so I'll be discussing, I'll be sharing with you what are some of the MSME visions for India at 2047, and also what are some of the major schemes that we do to help develop the MSME landscape. So thank you for having me. You may not be unaware of what MSME does. Government is giving a lot of trust for the development of MSME. If you follow us, we are very active on the social media platforms, so kindly tag us and follow us. If you look at the MSMEs, it contributes significantly to our economy, right? About 45% of all the exports that goes out of our country comes from the MSMEs. And then all the manufacturing outputs, around 45% also comes from the MSMEs. And if you look at the GDP, people say that it's around 40% of GDPs come from the MSMEs. And we are the second largest employment generating sector. Okay, first is agriculture, second is MSME. And we have more than 6.3 crore units, MSMEs. Now, MSME is micro, small, and medium enterprise. So I'll just give you a definition of what are those segments. And our products ranges more than 6,000, okay? It starts with the basic products that is made with hands or with maybe basic tools. And it goes up to very high-end precision instruments, which is used in the Mangalyaan satellite also. So our ranges is like very, very wide. That's our MSME landscape. Now, in order to also make ease of business as the government is pursuing it, and also to help our MSME get into the global value chain, we have reclassified what is MSMEs. First, it is of manufacturing, service, and trade. All these three segments are with us. And if you are a micro segment, why I'm telling you this is because you work very closely with the MSMEs, number one. You will be having a lot of MSMEs under you, so it's also good for you to know what MSMEs is so that you can pass on the knowledge to them. So a micro is where your investment, your plant and instruments and machinery does not exceed rupees 1 crore and your turnover does not exceed rupees 5 crore. Then you are considered a micro. What is a small unit? Investment does not exceed rupees 10 crore and your turnover does not exceed 50 crore. Then you are in a small segment. If you are a medium segment, then your investment does not exceed rupees 50 crore and turnover does not exceed rupees 250 crore. So that's the redefinition of MSMEs. You will find that it's a little different from the rest of the world because the rest of the world will also include numbers of people that they are employing, okay? But here we don't use that. We keep it just broad and open. Now, if you look at us, then we are also trying to bring in, all the informal sector into the formal sector. Because we are talking about digital India, we are also trying to formalize, our economic activities. So MSMEs is huge. It starts from urban up to the 3-4 tier and rural areas also. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring all the MSMEs under the formal umbrella. So we introduced this Udyam registration portal. It's free of cost. But the moment we launched this, there are so many fake sites that have come up and they are asking for money. But Government of India MSME Ministry does not ask for any money. It only requires your details with Aadhaar and your PAN card. Okay, so we launched in 2020 and till today we have more than 1.6 crore already registered on it. And we are also carrying out special campaigns so that every MSME can come under the formal umbrella. It's important because you need this number, Udyam registration number, in order to access the schemes of MSME, number one. It also makes you easier to access the credit that the banks are giving also. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken. If you look at the Ministry of MSME, we work broadly under 5 verticals. Now, it's important for you to know this so that we can handhold each other in the development of the ecosystem of MSMEs. First is finance facilitation. It's very important, right? Everybody needs credit. You cannot just start with your pocket money. So for that, we have schemes like PMEGP, which is Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program. This is one of our biggest, and per year, it's around 3,000 crore that we give out. We have recently revised the limit, the maximum limit. So for the manufacturing, from 25 lakh we have given to 50, and for services we have given from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. So that's how we have revised. Another one is CGT-MSE, Credit Guarantee Trust Fund of the MSMEs, and it's also a delight for the Ministry of MSME that during the last financial year, 22-23, 11.34 lakh guarantees, okay, were given out involving rupees 1 lakh crore. And this is the highest since its inception in 2000 to 2001. So this is what we do with the credit vertical. And recently, we have also introduced capital funding. Okay, it's not a seed funding because seed funding will be startup and all that, which DPIIT handles. But we also give a growth funding. Many MSMEs have already grown and they have stabilized and they have seen some of the rough patches, and now they are willing to grow. but then they have problems accessing capital. So in order to address this need for the capital, we have launched this SRI Fund, Self-Reliant India Fund. It's one of the Atmanirbhar Bharat announcements. And so under this, Government of India has given the mother fund of 10,006 crore, and the daughter funds will bring in 4 times of that. So it's a corpus of 50,000 crore. And till now we have, that started last year. And so till now we have onboarded 44 daughter fund, and we have committed more than 5,000 crore for the MSMEs who are looking for growth. And so it's an equity and quasi-equity instrument, and so it's very popular now with the MSMEs. So especially the MSMEs which have now grown and they are maturing and they are seeing a potential to grow, it's time to access this fund and also handhold the CSIR, the various technologies that you have brought out, and then together they can grow. So these are some of the important initiatives that we have taken. The second vertical that we work on is on the skilling. It is not only fresh skilling, but reskilling and upgradation of whatever skilling they have. So under this, we have several schemes where we do skilling, reskilling, upgrading of skillings, and so forth. And so if you have any module that is related to especially IIP, and you think that MSME can also help and handhold, kindly reach out to us and then tell us what are the training modules that you have, so that the energy sector can also be built up. You can let us know. The third vertical that we work on is technology enablement. As I said, this is a very important vertical for us because we need technology. And in order to let the MSMEs have technology, CSIR is a very, very important partner for us. So we have also tied up and had at least a few rounds of meeting for our village industries and KVIC. We are tying up with PSA office, Principal Scientific Advisor Office, and we are also tying up with RUTAC, which are with the IITs. So we are trying to also aggregate some of the technologies that RUTAC has brought out for our village industries. Now for CSIR, it will be a little more advanced technologies. So for that also, we have set up a committee where we are trying to bring in these R&D institutions and also CSIR included. We wanted to have also a round of meeting, have a catalog of technologies that you have innovated so that our MSMEs can buy them and then take it to the market. So I'm very sure in the near future we have a lot of things to do together. And we have several schemes also for our MSMEs to access these technologies through subsidy and through all kinds of programs. And we also have the market linkage. Now in the value chain, you also have the backward linkage and also the forward linkage. So backward linkage would be all the technology enablement, cluster development, so and so forth. And also the forward linkage would be of market linkage. So we have international cooperations where we have approved more than 780 major exhibitions and fairs covering all sectors, right from energy, petroleum, leather, automobiles, steel, whatever MSMEs are, more than 6,000 products as I've said. So our MSMEs go and participate in those functions and learn the latest technologies. What are the most advanced technologies that are available there? How can they partner together and bring in the technology for our MSMEs in India? We build up their capacity like that. Also, since we are looking for exporting our products, we also make a B2B and G2G arrangement, networking, and we also help them see what are the market available for the products and services. So these are the things that we do. And also for the domestic, we have a scheme called PMS, Market Procurement and Market Support Scheme. So we also help our MSMEs come and exhibit and also show the prototype technologies. Maybe in some of these events, we can also invite the CSIR to come and showcase your prototype technologies that are there so that our MSMEs can also buy or even become vendors for your innovations. And of course, the fifth one is the competitive manufacturing competitiveness. And under this, we have a champion scheme. Now, we have a beautiful scheme called innovation scheme. Under this, we have incubation. Many people have very good ideas, but they don't know how to develop it into a business, a viable business model. So then we have host institute, and these are IITs, IIMs, and IIS Bangalore. We have identified a lot of host institute, and so they will incubate the idea, develop it into a viable business model, and then give it back to the MSMEs. So this is the champion scheme. And whatever you innovate, and that includes the scientist bodies also, you need to have the IPR, right? So under our champion scheme, we also secure the IPR for you, okay, help you procure that. And also design. You know, many of our MSMEs are very small, and if you talk about the MSME landscape, micro constitute of more than 95%, okay? And I've already given you what is a micro. So 95%, they are very small. They have some very niche product, but they are very small. And so they are, most of the time, their mind is very traditional. They do not know how to diversify their design. So we bring in institutes that will help them design, diversify their products, okay? So here under design, we do that. We're also very conscious of environment, because in today's world we talk about climate change, we talk about environment hygiene, and so we have a scheme called Z, Zero Effect, Zero Defect. And under this, we help our MSMEs comply with the various recommendations and guidelines that needs to be complied with under our Z. And then their MSME units gets rated, okay, into bronze, silver, and gold. And once their unit gets rated as per the bronze, silver, or gold, then it's easier for them to get access to banks also, and also even in their exports and marketing, it also helps them. So we help with that. We have also recently launched a scheme called Lean. All these are part of the environment hygiene, and also to help the MSMEs comply with the various guidelines that the government keeps bringing out. And so MSME, if I keep on saying all that, it will be a little bit boring. But then another new initiative that we have taken up is called RAMP. It's called Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance. And this is a World Bank sponsored scheme. We're trying to network with all the central government, ministries and departments, and also central with the state. Okay, that way we want to develop the ecosystem of the MSMEs. So it's a beautiful scheme that has just been launched, and we know that under this scheme, CSIR and MSMEs can work together. So you bring in your innovation and technology, we bring in our MSMEs, and then we can marry them and then develop the MSMEs. Now, for the ease of doing business, we have schemes like MSME Sambandh. For example, if you are, wanting to sell your product, we are monitoring those also. And e-platform is a very big thing right now, especially after COVID. So we are also helping them. And MSME Samadhan also helps with the delayed payments. Suppose MSMEs are not paid on time, then they suffer. They cannot continue their operation. So we also monitor those things. And I've already told about this, some of the schemes, and it may not be very helpful for you to go into details. But I would like to also share what are some of the visions of MSMEs for Amrit Kal. We are all talking about India at 100 years, which is 2047. What are some of the things that MSME is envisioning? Number one, we want to bring all the MSMEs in the formal umbrella with the Udyam registration. We are doing special campaign on that. Secondly, we want gender equity. Right now, because of our cultural context, although the proprietor owner or the founder is a woman, many a time they use their father's name, husband's name, or brother's name. So we are trying to identify those also and bring in women at par with men in our total data. We are also working towards access to credit, for all the MSMEs without any hindrances. We are also looking at technology upgradation, and for that, we are also saying that, okay, every district will have at least one technology center, whatever is relevant for that. So that is also our vision. Another thing is we are also trying to skill India and then see to it that they have the skilling requirement for the various MSME industries. So these are some of the visions that we are working at. And as I said, one of the biggest gap is technology for our MSMEs. And so I'm very happy that in almost every platform of R&D, CSIR, and all this, they are also trying to engage us. So we're very happy, and I'm always a part of that also. And in our meetings also, we are also inviting the CSIR and then the R&D institutions to come and then showcase what are some of the innovations that they have so that we can develop vendors and also reach out to the MSMEs for marketing their products. So I'm very sure together we can partner and also help build the MSME ecosystem. For any future information or any contact that you would like to get into, kindly visit our website, follow us, tag us on social media platforms, and let us know how best we can also help you, how best we can also include the MSMEs, the R&D scientific body together in our economic growth story. Thank you very much for having me. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing us such elaborate information on the government support extended to the MSMEs. We now move on to the most awaited talk of the day, our beloved Vice President CSIR, who is the brain behind the 1 Week 1 Lab program. Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Minister of State for Prime Minister's Office, Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension, Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Space. Sir, I will just need a few minutes to introduce you. With an MBBS degree from Stanley Medical College, Chennai, and MD from Government Medical College, Jammu, he is a physician known for his work on diabetes and endocrinology. He has been a professor of medicine and diabetes for over 25 years, a consultant, clinical practitioner, and ex-chairman for the National Scientific Committee Diabetes and the Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. He has a flair for writing, which is evident from his newspaper columns and books, including monograms on diabetes and World Book Fair bestseller, Diabetes Made Easy. He is also the author of several chapters on diabetes in textbooks for postgraduate courses in medicine and runs a syndicated weekly column, Tales of Travesty, popularly read and regularly published for 3 decades. He's been awarded the coveted Jamna Devi Jain Award for Journalism, Gold Medal for Oration at JIPMER Puducherry, and Outstanding Personality Award 2009. We are privileged to have you as the captain of our ship, sir, and eagerly waiting for your address.
Thank you for your very flattering introduction and very kind introduction. Professor Ranjan, the director of IIP and one of the eminent brains in this area, which he is dealing. You just now heard him, a very informative talk about what all is happening at the institute in Dehradun, and that's precisely one of the objectives of having this kind of a campaign and observing this week. Ms. Mercy, thanks for reminding me that you were there. And she was very humble, saying that she's not from the science stream like all of us. But I think I will bring to her notice that science is too serious a subject to be left to scientists alone. So please have mercy on them and keep contributing whatever you have at your end. And I'm glad you made a very informative presentation about how best to integrate the MSME, because that's precisely we are looking for. Much of the problem arises when we are working in silos and we don't know what to look for from the other side. So I'm glad that you spelled out all the verticals. Dr. R.P. Singh, Dr. Jain, members of the fraternity. I think when we celebrate 1 week, 1 lab, of course, this idea occurred to me and then I shared with all the colleagues, and I'm glad that all of them were very, to begin with, apparently very happy, because they didn't know what it would be, because it would add to one more liability in the routine. But I think at the end of the day, everybody is feeling gratified because it's paid off quite well and it's picked up. But I think at the end of the week, we would also realize, because it's not only we are observing this week to make people and other stakeholders aware of what we are doing, but also to make ourselves realize what we are doing. So in a way, while we celebrate ourselves,
we also try to understand more deeply than we have already understood about what it means, about what we are doing and how best to go about further with it. Like, for example, and also what is unique with each of these 37 institutes. Now, if you ask me to put it in a single sentence, I think what is unique about this institute is, I think it's the only one in the country which celebrates not wealth but waste. So now apparently it sounds quite innocuous, maybe a little stupid also, but therein lies the vision of India's scientific acumen. Secondly, if you heard what Anjan was saying, if you were keenly listening to it, you would realize that while many of us work to get some accolades, at least before the life ends, or we in the political class work for the next election, here is an institute which is working for the next generation. Because that wealth that would emanate from waste would not happen that fast. The realization of this phenomenon is going to take time. It's just the beginning of it. And this new concept of waste to wealth has just happened. It's just born. But yes, you have the privilege of being the torchbearers or the initiators. The fruits would be borne by the next generation. So, when you project your institute exclusively, separately from the others, you can take pride in saying that while you are celebrating wealth, we are celebrating waste. While you are celebrating your generation, we are celebrating the next generation. And also because as we move forward, now that we are a part of the global world, we'll have to live up to the global benchmarks, global parameters, if we wish to make a mark in the world arena. And luckily we have someone like Prime Minister Modi who could visualize this soon after he took over. In most of the conferences he was talking about clean energy, he was talking about climate concerns, which is something which India hadn't been talking enough because we were beset with so many of other problems. But the realization that if we have to move forward from where we are today, we have to actually take up the challenges which the rest of the globe is taking up. So we cannot confine ourselves to our domestic problems alone. So if you are living in a society building, you have the choice. You confine yourself to the four walls of your flat and keep quarreling with your children, if not with your spouse. The other option is that you move out of the flat, you take up the responsibility of working for the entire society to make a mark for yourself. And if you to do that, then you have to also take into consideration the concern of the society. So this is precisely the example happening now. And we have no option but because the world is shrunk in such a manner. So our concerns are going to be same. And I'm sure the kind of biodiversity that India has, as he was talking about biofuels, etc., is something, an exclusive asset that we have, an exclusive resource we have. And the new concept of circular economy, which is being now, fashionably discussed in all the world platforms, I would say India has a huge, rich source of circular economy which is not yet fully explored. So in the times to come, India may be one of the richest in the world, one of the richest sources of circular economy. But that word which sounds very fancy, what is it all about? It's all about gobar, which he was talking about in Govardhan. And you have plenty of it. It's all about kachra, which we have developed the habit of throwing around us. As once Khushwant Singh said that Indians don't need a toilet because they just need a wall and they can do with it. So we have the habit of throwing all the waste around. So we are full of it. We have a huge store of it. But on a serious note, we have such huge biodiversity which is right from the Himalayas to the oceans, which has not been discovered. It's only this government which has started looking at Himalayas. It's a CSIR looking at aroma and other things, and the Earth Science is now looking at the ocean resources. But from there also would emanate. And the other day when I was in Dehradun, in the course of discussion, Dr. Anjan told me that they were recycling the cooked oil. Now the why this 1 week, 1 lab? I'm trying to link to that. So I was told that they had some arrangement with the municipal corporation there who could procure cooked oil which they could recycle into fuel. So I made a small suggestion. I thought, why not engage the society? Like, for example, we could have volunteers. We could provide. We have all these NGOs, some of them actually interested in that. In fact, we can also arrange for that, because I come from an organization which has no dearth of such volunteers. They could go around the houses, tell the housewives कि बहन जी जब रात को उसको नाली में नहीं फेंकना, उसको जमा कर लेना तेल को, तो सुबह हमारा एक व्यक्ति आएगा 20 रुपए किलो में खरीदेगा. She may not take you seriously, but next morning when the boy appears, she'll be taken aback and you give 20 rupees. You do that 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5th day, the lady would start wondering कि ये कौन मूर्ख है जो नाली में तेल फेंकना उसके लिए 20 रुपए किलो दे रहा है. And that is how the awareness generates. If you do sermonizing, it will not happen. She may not even understand. So that awareness which gets generated would then be percolating to the next generation, to her children, to her social circle. And then we would realize as a society that what we thought is waste is not actually waste, is the wealth of the coming times. And your institute is actually doing a pioneer work. So when we celebrate this 1 week, 1 lab from the context of this institute, I think this is an opportunity for us. That's why I said we will not confine ourselves to Dehradun or to India Habitat Center. We would make it countrywide campaign through social media, through other handles, and we have no dearth of such means. The mainstream media may not be interested. I don't expect the TV channels to cover you or TV newspapers. That's only possible if I abuse Dr. Anjan. That make news. And by the end of this program, some leading channel will come and ask him, you got an abuse from minister, how do you feel? So he'll feel, I feel very happy. So that makes news. But otherwise it doesn't. But do we actually have to depend on that? Because we have actually proven that we can have it on our own. We did a very successful Sagar Suraksha campaign, 75 days, 75 beaches, 7,500 kilometers. We set up our own social media handles, a small studio room in the Prithvi Bhavan, which now that we are integrating our social media communication mechanism, which can be utilized. And it picked up in a manner that finally the Honorable Prime Minister was kind enough to tweet us and encourage us. So we have such a huge technology, we are not able to actually understand what it all means. We can create our own ecosystem, even to publicize our good work, even to spread the kind of message that we wish to. And as the time moves on, it will actually become in-house ecosystem, whether it's a startup ecosystem, whether it's a communication ecosystem, and soon departments like MSME will have no option but to come and sit with us. Because if they have to move forward, also they need technology. And if you move to forward, so I think we can't do without each other. And therefore we could have any in-house independent mechanism. That's also in keeping with the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Some very interesting data Dr. Anjan gave me this morning. India is world's 3rd biggest oil consuming and importing nation. And I think if that is the point that we have to take into consideration, that the challenge would be how to reduce the import and at the same time how to increase our decarbonization, which he's been spelling out. And of course, at the end of the day, the primary objective will be to generate enough of energy, reduce our dependence. And when we talk of reducing our dependence, not only in terms of energy, but also in the terms of making our stakeholders share with us what we have. We don't have to wait for a newspaper to write a feature on us because we are in a hurry. At least I am, because elected representatives have a limited term. So we can't wait for that. We can generate our own mechanism. And I'm sure we are working very seriously on it. We'll have a mechanism. We'll showcase this 1 week long lab so that if each institute gets the kind of position. And third, of course, which I was, of course, you are also directly connected with some of the world universal concern like climate change. and clean energy. So that is something which is going to give you some kind of a focus larger than might happen in the case of some other institutes. And as I was saying yesterday also, we have to look for a wider integration. I'm glad that you also involved industry today, because unless they come forward, we would not be able to sustain ourselves. In the government setup, we are taught to live in our own cocoon because that is safe. Anyway, the promotion will happen at this time. Superannuation will happen. If you do too much of jumping, you won't get anything. You might hurt your knee. If you stay where you are, you'll have a safe passage. So that's a convenient, learning that we do in course of learning. But otherwise, does that help in growth? That might help in a horizontal passage, but doesn't help in a vertical growth. So if you have to go vertically, then sometimes then we look for the intra-government departments, like we look for MSME. But that itself has limitation. They may not be able to find the kind of resources or the quantum of resources which you would require if you want to have a progressive growth, because they have their own limitation. After some time, Mercy will say, you have mercy on me, because I can't give you more than what funds we have spared. We have our own limitation, obviously, because they have their own agenda and other priorities as well. Not that they are here only to support your wasted fuel. So we need to have the private participation in that case, the private industry, so that our growth doesn't get hampered because of X other factors. I think I'm very clear right from the beginning, we should be very liberal in organizing the private sector. And we should not have any apprehensions or even skepticism. Sometimes we are skeptic about each other. The private sector is skeptic about us, that we would always be hindering them. And we are skeptic about them, that they're there only to make money. But to make money is not a sin, unless it's made in a fair way. And not to make money or not being able to make money may be sometimes your lack of skill. So not making money is not a virtue. So what I'm trying to say is that unless we are able, so we have to sustain our work which we are doing. We have a beautiful now channel over here. We have all the resources over here in India, even in the vicinity of the Himalayas where this institute is located, which is not available to other institute anywhere in the world. So how best to utilize them, and in a wider spectrum. So I think that is next. So I'm glad that we should have such programs, or also sharing with the students, with the potential stakeholders who will come up in the years to come. And of course, we can also involve the other departments and the other ministries involved over it to make them realize what we have in store for them. Because the point is that many of them don't know. If they know that they don't know, they'll come to us. But if they don't know that. The point is that they don't know that they don't know. So you have to make them know that they don't know. Initially they might pose, who told you I don't know? Leave it at that, let them go home, quietly think, then he would say, nahi, jo Dr. Ranjan kehta tha, theek hai, mera hi fayda hai. So next day they'll come back to you. So it has to be a very persistent, a very persuasive effort. And I think this is one of the beginnings that we have done through 1 week, 1 lab. I congratulate Dr. Ranjan for the beautiful work which is being performed, and I'm sure this is going to gain laurels in the times to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. You have always inspired us and provided us a way forward. With your constant support and encouragement, we've carried out our research activities, and today we are proud to have 2 important events. We are now going to hand over the detailed engineering package to Mrs. Mailham for the 2-ton per day CBG plant at Rudrapur. I request the CBG team from CSIR-IIP, Dr. Saumen Das Gupta, Dr. Swapnil Devekar, Dr. Atul Ranjan, to kindly come on to the dais, and Shri R.P. Singh sir from CSIR headquarters will join us. Sir, they'll all come there and you will be the one. A big round of applause for the team, please.
This is now yours.
This could be actually used as a reference book even in the university education.
Thank you, sir. CSIR-IIP, as you heard earlier, has developed the vacuum swing adsorption process for biogas purification. Now it is the time to take it forward and make sure it benefits the common man. Now we will have the signing of the fabrication license for biogas VSA plants with Ms. Gascon Engineers Private Limited, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. As a token of our love and gratitude, I request our Director Dr. Anjan Ray to present mementos to our chief guest and other esteemed guests on the dais. Dr. Jitendra Singh. Ms. Mercy Apau, Joint Secretary, MSME. Shri R.P. Singh, CSIR. Thank you, sir. I now call upon our Head Research Planning and Project Management, Dr. Anil Jain from CSIR-IIP, to propose the vote of thanks.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. Respected dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Ms. Mercy Pao, Dr. R.P. Singh, Dr. Anjan Ray, my colleagues from different MSME companies, and my friends and colleagues. And on behalf of the organizing team, this is my great privilege to express profound gratitude on this occasion. At first, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Union Minister of State Independent Charge, Science and Technology, Minister of State Independent Charge, Earth Sciences, Minister of State for Prime Minister's Office, Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Space, for conceptualizing the idea of 1 week, 1 lab campaign for all the 37 labs of CSR, highlighting India's global excellence in technology, innovation and startups. This program will also help to ignite the minds of young innovation students, startups, academia, industry partners, and all other stakeholders to look for opportunities with CSR through deep technology ventures. On the behalf of CSR team, IIP team, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, not only for sparing his valuable time with us to grace this occasion, but also for enlightening us with this commendable and motivational speech. I am sure thus this program will continue as an annual event, but not at least 1 week, 1 lab, but at least 1 day, 1 lab that we can think of every year as an annual event. At least on our foundation day, that we have to find out the way how can we take it forward every year. My heart feels a lot of gratitude and respect for our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Mercy Pao, Joint Secretary MSME, for with us today, and enlightens us with your valuable thoughts and let us know about the various initiatives taken by the MSME to help the MSME industry in India, and how CSR and both the ministry can work together under various ways, which she has discussed today morning. Ma'am, your presence today made us this event as a great unforgettable event, and I'm running short to express my deep sincere regards to our Director General CSR, Dr. N. Kalai Selvi. Of course, she could not be here today to do this exigencies, but of course I like to thank her for inspiring us to do things better to the best, and help us to make this event organized in a grand way. My heart goes out to thank our respected delegates, partner from MSME, for accepting our invitations, especially Gascon, Gastron, Mayhem, Atmos, Paras Defense, for here with us, and you are agreed to express your views in the afternoon sessions in today's program. I have a special thanks to our special guest of honor, Dr. R.P. Singh Ji, who is Chief Scientist and Head of our Innovation Management Directorate at the CSR headquarters, for joining us today, and telling us about the various initiatives taken by the CSR headquarters, how the industry and CSR can work together. Next, I would like to thank the torchbearer of this event, our respected director, Dr. Anjan Ray, for leading and inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting this event under 1 week, 1 lab campaign. We are thankful to you, sir, for your huge support all the times during this last 1 month or so. No event can take shape without hard-working team. It was the dedication and enthusiasm of our organizing team in the leadership of Dr. Giri Thackeray, our Chief Senior Principal Scientist, and also the OWL coordinator, which made this event a grand success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the event organizers, volunteers, and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure this program a great success. I would like to also thank to our sponsors and partners like MRPL, Sudchemy, IOCL, ONGC Energy Center for generous financial support to organize this program. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank to all of you, our guests, your presence and participation in today's event, and your support and enthusiasm made this event a truly unforgettable experience. Once again, thank you to everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly to make this event this happen. We hope you enjoyed your the experience and look forward to see you in the future events. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I now request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join us over a cup of coffee.
सबका ये बाद में ले लेंगे अभी रहने पहले पहले गाड़ी में ये मानता क्या हुआ सर क्या हुआ
The lunch is ready. Request all the delegates to kindly proceed for lunch, sir. We shall start our next session by 1:15 or so. So kindly request you all to reassemble by then.
किसके इतने हमारा डस्टबिन जहाँ हमने बनाया हुआ है। ये तो अपने वो बैठे थे ना सर। मेरे को ग्लासेस चेंज
I request the delegates to kindly take their seats so that we may start the next session on the MSME meet. Good afternoon, everyone. Post a sumptuous lunch, we will move on to our next event, which is the MSME Meet. I request our director, Dr. Anjan Ray, to kindly provide his introductory remarks. So, your introductory remarks for the MSME Meet.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavya. Very good afternoon to our MSME partners. We are also webcasting this, so there are, I understand, people watching offline. Suryadev? Yeah. You have heard in the morning the commitment from the government, both from our minister and from the Joint Secretary MSME, towards supporting the MSME ecosystem. What I wanted to just say in my remarks today is, because we are discussing policy and opportunities for MSME and CSIR, which are my colleague Dr. Vibha, who could unfortunately not be here, she will be talking online. What I wanted to put in context is that one of the important areas that we would like our partners to focus on is tell us your needs. Just over lunch today, we could pick up 2 or 3 needs that were unmet, for which we have potential solutions. So I will be asking, Dr. Atul Ranjan is not here today, but we will ask Dr. Swapnil to coordinate through Dr. Atul Ranjan a small section on our website where MSMEs can state their problems so that we have a quick way of responding specifically. And we can ask Madam Padma to monitor that every week. And her follow-up is exemplary. So if somebody has put something there, she will make sure they get an answer. Right? So a few things like that. The second area where I wanted to highlight something we can do for our MSME partners is we can connect them to the large clients that we have. For example, we have EIL in this room. We work with GAIL, we work with ONGC, with the major PSUs. We also work with Tata Steel, NTPC and others who were all here yesterday. So very often there might be opportunities in that sector for which we may be able to surface for you. So I think this kind of dialogue of having an MSME meet or having at least online discussions once a quarter might get us to move faster on a lot of these items. So let me encourage you all to please keep bringing us both your challenges and your opportunities. And let me then, is Dr. Vibha ready online? Yeah? Then let me hand over to Dr. Vibha or back to Dr. Bhavya so that she can introduce Dr. Vibha and enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you, sir. CSIR has always supported a wide range of operations, right from small companies to huge corporations. In these lines, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Vibha Malhotra Sani, who is an outstanding scientist and head Technology Management Directorate and Innovation Protection Unit. She finished her PhD in plant biochemistry in the year 1996, and she's also obtained a PG diploma in patents law from Nalsar. She's worked in ICMR and IARI, post which she joined CSIR headquarters for Science and Technology Management in the year 2002. She heads the Technology Management Directorate that facilitates CSIR Connect with line ministries, state governments and other organizations on one hand, with industry on the other, for providing high-quality technology-based products, solutions and services. In addition, she also heads the Innovation Protection Unit that manages filing, prosecution and maintenance of CSIR intellectual property. Since the last year, she's initiated a theme-wise review of CSIR patent portfolio in an effort towards maintaining a patent portfolio that is strategic and of commercial importance to CSIR. I now request Madam Dr. Vibha Malhotra Sani to give a keynote address on policy and opportunities for MSMEs in CSIR. Over to you, ma'am. I'm sorry for the technical glitch and the inconvenience caused. I think in the meanwhile, we may proceed for the feedback from the MSME licensors of CSIR-IIP. So, if it's okay, sir, I request Mr. Samir Rege from Mrs. Maylim Environment Private Limited to kindly provide his feedback.
A very good afternoon to everyone. After that lovely, sumptuous lunch, I think I don't want to put you all to sleep, because whenever I come to CSIR-IIP Dehradun, I always get a lot of ideas with lots of things happening. It's a very dynamic organization. So right at the very beginning, I would like to say thank you, Dr. A, for the dynamism. Okay, a little bit about Melham. So the Honorable Minister in the morning was mentioning something about waste to wealth, and that's what Melham is. Mel is Maila in Sanskrit, Hem is gold in Sanskrit. So we have the Midas touch of converting waste to gold. We have been in this organic waste biogas business for the last 27 years now, setting up more than 450 projects all over India. And one of our key projects is what we are doing at Rudrapur. So the city of Rudrapur generates about 110 to 115 into biogas, and then you need to purify it, compress it into compressed biogas. So almost about, I think 6 years ago, we were in touch with Dr. Somindas and Dr. Swapnil, and it has been a fantastic journey. So it's 6 years that they put up a pilot project at our Kathraj project. We have been running that, they've been checking it up online, they've been tweaking all the parameters, and then finally, today was the day where we got the license to kill. So now we are getting into Rudrapur. Happy to tell you that we have finished phase 1 at Rudrapur already. The Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand would be inaugurating this project very soon. And we are going into phase 2, which is putting up the full-scale project on compressed biogas using the IIP Dehradun technology there. So hopefully we would be able to invite you all in the next 6-7 months to Rudrapur, because it's a 30-year project. And like Rudrapur, we have 7 other references where we are doing these projects on compressed biogas. So our experience with Institute of Petroleum, fantastic. In fact, just over lunch, we were working on, biodiesel and plastic pyrolysis and biochar. And so that's what we're going to start immediately. So thank you, Dr. A. It's been a wonderful journey so far, and looking forward to a long, long journey. We love garbage. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker would be Mr. M.L. Deeman from Cascon Engineers, New Delhi.
Thank you very much. We started a very small design and engineering company in 1993, and we were just looking after small and new technologies. Then we were forced by the market forces into the manufacturing. Why don't you do the manufacturing when you are doing the design and engineering also? So we moved partially to manufacturing also. In due course of time, around 2000, we had done some of the projects of technology development with IIT Delhi. We were just doing it. Around 2015 and 16, we again thought we are very strong at working with institutions, then why should we be wasting time here and there? So in 2019, when we thought like that, it was, we were not working with the government organizations till 2019. We were not working with the government organization, not even a single one. The week we got the thought that we'll be working with the institutions, the same week there was a tender from Indian Institute of Petroleum for medical oxygen technology development and the plant. It was already decided, it was already in the mind. We did it on, let us try it out, let us do it. Somehow we could manage it. Manage somehow means we were just trying that we will do it coast to coast basis. No profits this time. Anyhow, got a wonderful team while working over there at that particular project, got a wonderful team of Dr. Somin Das Gupta, Dr. Swapnil Dwivekar, and immediately after the completion of the project, we got introduced to the great source of inspiration, Dr. Anjan Ray, which guided each and everything as far as medical oxygen plant is concerned, the technology, the manufacturing, and everyone is aware of what kind of level it was for the medical oxygen plants and pandemic management in particular. It was not only medical oxygen plants, it was a total pandemic management, basically from raw materials, manufacturers, and then the installations, and successful working of the installations. We were very happy at that point of time. Then we developed this dry ice, small dry ice equipment, which has already been explained in the morning session by Dr. Saab. Immediately after that, we all were willing to work on their biogas, which has got a very big scope there in the market as on date. That technology also has been developed, and fortunately, we have signed the manufacturing licensing agreement today, and we look forward that it will go a long, long, long way, just because it's not 1 year or 2 year project, it's 20-year project like what Samir Reges was just explaining right now. It's not 1 year or 2 year, it's 20 years or maybe 30 years project. With that kind of an experience, very happy to state, we worked with so many government organizations, and in fact, medical oxygen was with all government organizations only. We didn't face any difficulty. There were the difficulties, but they all were countered with the coordination, wonderful coordination and guidance from IIP. We look forward to this association, look forward to development of few more technologies, and thankful to Dr. Anjan Ray for his all wonderful coordination and guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next licensee is Chetna Enterprises for the improved Good Bhatti implementation. As Dr. Anuj could not join us, I request our head SEDD, Dr. G.D. Thackeray, sir, to kindly provide his feedback.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. So, myself, Dr. G.D. Thackeray, and I will speaking as head TCD and not head SCDD, because it's the activity of Turbulent Combustion Division. And on behalf of Chetna Enterprises, I would like to just briefly give you an overview of what we had done at Chetna Enterprises. The Chetna Enterprises is an MSME, and they are located at Mamana village in Meerut. They were the one to whom we had licensed the 60th Good Bhatti that we had developed. Good making, of course, is a cottage industry, and as you will be well aware, when you travel from Delhi to Dehradun, the number of such small units located along the road. These units emit plentiful of black smoke, and at the same time, the quality of good that is produced in these Good Bhattis is not to the mark that can be exported. We, through our rigorous interventions, scientific interventions and technical interventions, have developed a Good Bhatti which includes a 3-pan design as well as a 4-pan design. the furnace that is used for the combustion of the bagasse, which is used as a fuel, is properly designed, so that we are not only able to enhance the thermal efficiency of the unit and also reduce the fuel consumption. So with our design, we could reduce 10% of fuel consumption for the same production of good, and at the same time we could reduce the smoke or emissions by 80%. So this was a win-win situation, because this industry is suffering from the stringent norms of environmental regulations or from the green tribunals. So this was one of the good initiatives taken by us. And Chetna Enterprises came to us last year because we had been showcasing our technology in various Kisan Sabhas and other such events. Chetna Enterprises also came to know about this initiative by us and approached us, and we were happy to support them. So what happens is that when the entrepreneur comes to us with a request for installation of the good bhatti, his willingness is taken care of at the first site. We provide the design, we provide the technical know-how. Our own representatives goes onto the site for the inspection while the unit is being installed or fabricated. He makes sure that whatever is being fabricated or being constructed is as per the design that we had provided. And also we are there to support even during the first 5 runs of the unit, so that if there are any technical hitches or glitches in the technological know-how, our representatives is able to sort it out. So we were happy to do that to our last 60 licensees, and all these 60 licensees are happy. They are all the units are working very well, and we look forward to reach to the actually another few few more units in the near future. We had also moved on to this technology to the aspiring district of Nabrangpur in Odisha, where Nabrangpur is actually a backward area, backward district, and it was the request from the district administration and the state government that we formulated a program under the Kisan Vikas Yojana, Rajya Kisan Vikas Yojana, and we established a good bhatti over there. That was a 3-pan good bhatti, and almost a conglomerate of 50 farmers have come together who are being trained at that good bhatti, at that unit, and also producing the good on a seasonal contractual basis. So this is what is the story of the good bhatti that we have developed. Do I have time or? Okay. Okay, so I'm thankful to all my senior colleagues of CSIR-IIP who had been very active in developing this technology. It was not like all of a sudden we had come up with the advanced good making plant at IIP. The work actually began way back in 1990s when our neighboring locality at Dehradun, there used to be a good jaggery making plant, and from there became the idea of we really need technical interventions to make this unit much more profitable. So once you're like saving 10% of your bagasse, which is used as fuel, that 10% you can save it or sell it to the other units, or else you can use it for like mushroom farming and various other activities. So that's a win-win situation for the farmers. The environment around the good bhatti or the working environment becomes clean. You provide a good working environment to the people, unskilled laborers working in them. So the life expectancy also gets enhanced in that case. So this is what it is. I wish that we add on to more numbers of this good bhatti in near future. Thank you very much. Thanks for that.
Thank you, sir. Our next licensee, Mrs. Aarti Kanodia from Raghav Industries Limited, Mumbai.
Thank you, ma'am. First, I would like to thank Dr. Ranjan Ray, sir, for giving me the opportunity to stand here and give an introduction about my company and the technology that we are working on. So, I'm from Real Flame, and we are representing CSIR-IIP Dehradun. How do I change? Okay. And So it's a little introduction about our company. Our company was started in 1984, and in 2012 we started supplying LPG stoves to all the 3 oil companies. And in 2016 we took part in Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, and we started exporting in 2017, and in 2018 we became World LPG Association members. We are the first and the only members of World LPG Association that represents stoves. And in 2023 we are working in 11 countries in Africa. So let's go back in the history where in 1970s the entire world thought that we are going to run out of oil and gas. So how did we come out of it? It's not that we found more oil and gas, it's just that we started making more energy efficient appliances and machines. So that's what we are trying to do now with the technology that CSIR has introduced us to, that is PNG stoves. So these stores can lead us towards saving 5,000 crore annually and it can contribute to the Indian economy. So what the picture, today in India we have around 1 crore households that use PNG stove, PNG connections, but they are using LPG stoves. These LPG stoves are converted with unsafe practices and are used to cook PNG, but people have gone to their comfort zones, and CSIR realized this far before than anybody else, and developed a new technology, that is PNG stoves, that is made specially for PNG connections. These stoves bring down the carbon emissions, and they increase the efficiency by 30% minimum. In 2018, so they have various models in this. In 2018, there was a research that was done by PCRA using these stoves, and their research found out that at least 39% of saving was achieved with these stoves. So again, we are talking about importing gas on huge numbers and then not using PNG stoves to reduce the import or the usage of gas. And there are some challenges which CSIR is helping us to come across, and we are working on that. So I will not get into more detail of it. And and we are trying to do these next steps with CGD companies, that is GAIL Gas, Adani Gas, and already Ananjay sir is already helping us with that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your feedback. Our next feedback is from CBDA Raipur. Since Mr. Sumit Sarkar could not join us, I request Dr. Jayati Trivedi from Biofuels Division to kindly speak a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavya. I will be speaking about our long association with Chhattisgarh Biofuel Development Authority, CBDA. So we have been working with CBDA for last 6 to 7 years, and they have supported us a lot in the programs of biojet fuel and biodiesel. So basically we know that we all of us are interested in production of biofuel, but the problem of feedstock development is very big, and as such everybody wants to know the sustainable supply chain of feedstock. So this was with the help of CBDA that we were able to get more than 1,000 liters of Jatropha oil on time with the collaborative project, and with the long association, yesterday we were able to launch the Dilsaf brand of a sustainable aviation fuel, and CBDA has also helped us in our biodiesel program. For those who don't know, we are also working on a room temperature biodiesel process. It is only one of the kind process globally available which produces biodiesel at room temperature, And we have developed small 50 liter per batch units which are mobile in nature and can be set up at the site of feedstock availability. So the transportation costs are low, and we can convert these used cooking oil or other non-edible oils into biodiesel on the site of oil. So it is a one of a kind technology that we are having, and we have set up a plant of 50 liter per batch at CBDA in 2019 September, and it is running successfully there. Also, I would like to say that Dr. Sumit Sarkar and Ms. Preeti, they have supported us a lot during our whole journey of biofuel development. And any other MSMEs who are interested in biodiesel program or sustainable aviation fuel, they can contact them for feedstock development and IIP for the technology part. So this was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. It always feels good to be appreciated by our licensees, and I'm sure all of us at IIP also have the same feeling now. I think Dr. Vibha ma'am is online. I request her to kindly provide her presentation. She is the Head Technology Management Directorate and the Innovation Protection Unit Head. Ma'am, please, over to you.
Thank you. Is my slide visible? Yeah. And I hope it is in slideshow mode at the moment, right? Okay, so thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. Hopefully all of you have had lunch, so we don't have to rush for lunch now. So I will briefly speak about policies and opportunities for MSME in CSIR. IIP has already, in fact, the best way out is for the licensees to give their feedback. So I think the feedback from the licensees is really heartening. Without spending more time on the IIP technologies, which I'm sure all of you are very much aware of, I'll just briefly take you through some of the major technological interventions that CSIR has done, right from the beginning. I will start with the Amul story, but definitely something in between. CSIR, as all of you are, I think, quite well aware, is an organization encompassing the entire length and breadth of the country. We have 37 labs, 4,000 plus scientists, 8,000 plus S&T support staff, and a very healthy patent and publication portfolio. And of course, again, very able supporting student base, who are, I would say, the backbone of the research in CSIR. So our core strengths are spread across 8 thematic areas. We've aligned ourselves, all the 37 labs across 8 thematic areas. And briefly, these encompass aerospace, bioscience, chemical sciences, drug and pharma, material science, leather, engineering, as well as earth and physical sciences, including ocean and water. Coming to MSMEs, CSIR has been, amongst those organizations that has been there to help MSMEs in whatever endeavor through skilled manpower, in fact, skill development initiatives of ours, as well as of course, the innovations that take place in our labs. So, of course, the other challenges, this is not where CSIR has a role to play, but definitely in skilling the manpower as well as providing innovations and promoting that R&D is what we are adept at. Our focus for the MSMEs is extending the innovation from lab to land and commercialization of the technology, and also problem solving in the identified areas for promotion and development of the MSME sector, So basically, it is to help MSME in process product development to achieve greater competitiveness. Our approach is a three-tier one. First tier, we come up with S&T interventions for MSME clusters that are well established. The second tier, of course, is creating new micro and small enterprises through our products, and also creating newer designs here. And the third, the topmost tier, of course, is newer innovations which do find focus towards the MSMEs as well. We did have these technical and technological interventions we made for the brass cluster in Moradabad, the Krishna Nagari mango cluster, as well as the bamboo cluster of Agartala. The S&T interventions made, and what the difference that made to those MSMEs are given here. Of course, this data is of a good 1 decade old, but nevertheless, this just indicates the potential of CSIR to provide that S&T intervention. Briefly, for the brass cluster, we had the energy efficient brass melting furnace. And this intervention was similar to the good bhatti intervention that you heard just now from Dr. G.D. Thackeray. The brass melting furnace was developed by NML. And again, CIMAP in fact provided the S&T intervention for the Agarbatti cluster at Agartala. And we did not stop only at that. What we did was, of course, there was an increase in the production of agarbattis, there was a reduction in the cost of production, and the turnover and the monthly income did increase. But what we did was, we introduced semi-mechanization there, as also, in an effort towards using the temple waste flowers. We developed technology and technological interventions for using these flowers which are offered to the gods at temples for making agarbattis. Of course, this intervention, when we initiated, this was initially, deployed at Lucknow and Barabanki village area temples. But today it has spread across the length and the breadth of the country. And we've not restricted ourselves only to the agarbattis. IHBD has developed technology for the agarbatti cones. So it is the sticks as well as the cones, which are available even in Mata Vaishno Devi, the Shirdi Sai Baba temples. And these in turns helped, develop those self-help groups in those areas. And most of these groups are, in fact, led by women. And they are, many places, they are an all-women group. Replacing the Ukraine clay in vitrified tiles at the Morbi ceramic cluster was another intervention that CGCRI Kolkata had done, in fact. And so Ukraine clay, which was, of course, very expensive, it had to be imported from Ukraine. And so getting the right kind of interventions, and the most difficult part was not developing the technology, but also convincing people to, use the technology and see for themselves the kind of difference that made. So out here, when we worked on the economics of it, what was realized was, as the technology is adopted by more people and more such MSMEs, the cost, of course, did reduce, the cost of production reduced, the price of tiles did fall, and the sales expanded. So this in turn, in fact, made a huge difference to the MSMEs, and that is how this particular technology was deployed. And this diffused from initially 10 units to 66 units. So this economic impact assessment we did in 2010-11 of some of our major technologies of those times, like the soft coke oven of Simfer, rice bran oil of IICT, Terrafil of IMMT, vitrified tiles, as I said, CSIR-IIP, and the kind of difference that it has made. In fact, the direct value creation was, quite tremendous for anybody to notice. Of course, now we are in the process of doing another such economic impact assessment of a few of our major technologies. So hopefully those results are going to be out within this year. Another set of interventions that we've done in the plant sectors is, of course, we started with menthol mint. And the production of which, through the cultivation technologies and also various other agrotechnological and process interventions that were made. India today is the largest producer of menthol mint and mentha oil in the world. And encouraged by this particular, initiative and the way, the kind of response it has given in the farming sector. In 2016, we launched, the Honorable Prime Minister in fact launched the CSIR Aroma mission. This project was initiated on ground in 2017, and the key outcome so far has been, we are today self-sufficient in lemongrass oil, and also in wild marigold oil. There is a purple revolution, in fact, today going on in Jammu and Kashmir, in which 10 districts of Jammu, along with the Kashmir Valley, and about 1,000 farming families have taken to lavender cultivation, and their income has enhanced from 20,000 to 2 lakh per acre per year. So that's the kind of difference that has made. And what we did here was we formed these aroma clusters. So today there are, across the length and breadth of the country, there are more than 2,000 aroma clusters, out of which 20 are in the tribal areas. So there are 20 tribal clusters here. And in those, the required kind of interventions through aromatic plant cultivation, the cultivation technologies, the process technologies, and also the hand-holding between the big industries and the small farmers have helped some of the farmers become farmer technopreneurs as well. So this is a new kind of micro-enterprise, farm micro-enterprise that has been initiated through this aroma mission. Encouraged by this, we in 2021 we came up with the CSIR floriculture mission, and again here we formed about 254 clusters. And what was encouraging was, for the first time this season, lilium flowers, they were transported to Delhi from Leh Ladakh. And not only this, in fact, only last week, IHBT Palampur has signed an MOU with the NDMC for multiplication and propagation of the tulip bulbs that they've received from the NDMC for cultivation next year. So next year onwards, year by year, there's going to be an increase of tulip planting material from Lahaul Spiti, that is the high altitude center of IHBT, to Delhi. So this, of course, will help decreasing the import, and in turn, it has made again floriculturalists out of farmers, and they have definitely become entrepreneurs here. Another thing that we introduced was, along with KVIC, that is the Khadi and Village Industries, we have integrated apiculture, that is beekeeping, and honey, we aligned with their honey mission. So these farmer entrepreneurs are also being provided with bee boxes through KVIC. and honey production is an added source of income for these farmers. So the beneficiaries here for our floriculture mission are not only the farmers and the village clusters, they are the florists, the nursery traders, entrepreneurs, schools, colleges, as well as urban dwellers. Another intervention that our Bhavnagar lab CSMCRI did was in seaweed biostimulant. This was cultivated, of course, we started with the Kappa ficus cultivation, and also an integrated process was developed for development of carrageenan, which is a vegetarian form of gelatin, as well as along with that the plant sap that was found to be a biostimulant through large-scale trials that were done with the help of agricultural universities across the country. And what you can see is, of course, there was a lot of socio-economic impact that was seen. And this also gave rise to several startups, AquaAgri being the first, and of course the others are just following now. Mushroom cultivation is another thing. There was, I think Dr. Thackeray did mention about using bagasse for mushroom cultivation. Our Jorhat lab, NEAST, has in fact, they initiated this mushroom cultivation in the Northeast in a very big way. And initially, of course, it took some time for the technology to diffuse. But today, there is, of course, an additional source of income for the community there. IHPT Palampur has also initiated captive cultivation of shiitake mushroom in the Northeast. And in fact, they've gone a step further and joined hands with MSME and formed 3 Sufurti clusters in Sikkim, and also in the Ukrul district of Manipur and Dimapur district of Nagaland. And these shiitake mushroom cultivation has again helped the people of that area not only in getting a rich source of vitamin D, but also an additional source of income, giving rise to another set of micro enterprises. Another thing that IHPT has done, they initiated this in Lahaul Spiti, which is a high altitude area. And this was organic waste management in cold region. That is night soil management. A consortia of microbial organisms was found, which degrades this night soil. And once this composting is done, in fact, this is a very enriched form of vermicompost, and it can be used as a biofertilizer. So there was a micro enterprise again set up there, and a Sufurti cluster formed. And today, in fact, they are supplying not only to Lahaul Spiti, but also to the army in Leh Ladakh region. And they have introduced this in Ladakh as well. So in fact, that's how they started with this, the scheme, the Sufurti scheme of regeneration of the traditional industry clusters in the Muniu Terebir area. And this was the enriched composting, and about 47 lakhs was the sales turnover in the last 2 financial years. This success story of this cluster, in fact, was very well communicated by Vigyan Prasar, that is the Ministry of Science and Technology handle, science communication handle, which showed which talked about women empowerment, the systematic way of testing, packaging and marketing of the produce, generation of employment, and also aided in providing, of course, additional, proper education to the children. So this very briefly kind of captures the kind of turnover that this cluster has been able to get. Food and food processing is another area where there are many CSIR labs providing different kind of technological interventions. CSIR-IIP, that's the Central Electrical Energy Research Institute, has developed a shear scanner, which is basically it tests the raw milk, scans it for any kind of adulteration. And CSIR has also developed this fruit sorting machine, which again was transferred to some of the industries here, small industries. CFTRI, Mysore, is working on a whole lot of food and food processing technologies, and they have developed a whole lot of micro enterprises, micro and mini enterprises out of these food processing part. And these are just some of those processes which were transferred to these micro enterprises. Crispy fruits is another technology that IHBT Palampur has developed, and this has been given to a few technopreneurs, and it is open for, in fact, all these technologies have been licensed on non-exclusive basis, so they are open for any MSME to take forward, to license and develop their own enterprises around these. I would be failing in my duty if I don't talk about leather. Our CLRI, Leather Research Institute of Chennai, joined hands with IIIM, Jammu to set up this leather hub in Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar at the, in fact, IIIM campus in Srinagar. And they have not stopped at this. In fact, they gave training to the entrepreneurs in Jammu and Kashmir. And today they have also given training to entrepreneurs in Ladakh, Leh Ladakh, both Leh as well as Kargil area. So it's been 2 days and then 1 week and later 1 month training at both these places to potential entrepreneurs, and this has been really well welcomed not only by the potential entrepreneurs but also by the local administration. In the Northeast, CLRI and East joined hands, and using the local, in fact, produce, they have developed ethnic leather products and promoted this indigenous product development in the Northeast. Other fibers, jute fiber, pineapple, as well as banana fibers, Ms. Trivandrum has worked on, and in partnership with the Kudumbari Sri cluster, they had done this entire, farm-based entrepreneurship. Today, this farm-based entrepreneurship of plant fibers, be it sisal fibers and the others, are available in quite a few labs. Another waste to wealth technology that was developed by our Hyderabad lab, the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, is the anaerobic gas reactor, the AGR technology for conversion of organic waste to biogas. You did hear about biogas. In fact, IIP and IICT have also got together to improve the downstream process of biogas that is produced by the IICT process. But the IICT process has already been deployed in, and 20 such plants are working in various parts of the country, including the kitchens of the Akshay Patra Foundation. One technological intervention which in fact is can find real good use in our country, being a solar positive country that we are, is the solar tree. It's basically a design intervention done by our Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, Durgapur. And what CMERI has done is developed different sizes of trees. And of course, there are, instead of branches, those branches, instead of leaves, they have the solar panels to capture maximum solar energy, which is then stored in this, in fact, solar hybrid inverter. And this is a useful way of capturing solar energy and converting it into electricity. So we are, in fact, we've done this in Delhi at the CSIR headquarters, and also in the previous minister's office this was done, and slowly this technological intervention is picking up. So, and this is available for any MSME who wants to work in the solar energy space to come up and license this technology from CMERI. Wood without trees is the CBRI technology, where they use waste from different plants, including fiber-based, the natural fiber-based waste. So AMPRI and CBRI have developed these technologies, and they've come up with different kind of furnitures as well as doors. And this meets the requirement of the National Building Code as well. So makeshift structures is another thing. There was a talk on oxygen, medical oxygen generation plant, which IIP did. Another such intervention that was done by a few of our labs, CBRI, SERC Chennai, and AMPRI Bhopal, was makeshift structures, and these were set up within a span of 7 to 10 days. It could be these prefabricated structure panels, which can be just set up once the foundation is done. And these kind of hospitals were set up across many parts of the country. And of course, we first showcased it at the NDRF centers in Ghaziabad and Chennai. And then Himachal Pradesh government came forward and sought our help in deploying this technology for makeshift hospitals during the peak COVID time in different areas in Himachal. Water is another area, in fact, water purification technologies, where many CSIR labs are playing a very major role. I spoke about TerraFill a few slides back, the economic impact assessment that we did, but there are many other technologies which are available across our labs for water purification, depending on the kind of impurity that is present in the groundwater. And in fact, recently we've joined hands with the Jal Jeevan Mission, and we have a pilot project with the Jal Jeevan Mission for deployment of more than, IoT-based piped water in more than 500 village clusters across the country. And for this, we do need partners who can help us, partners and vendors who can help us with production of sensors and semiconductors, because the sensors are something which we do need, in multi-fold. Many of our labs have technologies for different sensors, and our next phase of this project is going to be using indigenous sensors for online monitoring of piped water. Our skill development initiative, in fact, we had joined hands, and the Government of India initiated the skill development program, a skill development mission, and CSIR is a part of this mission. Our Human Resource Development Center at Ghaziabad is coordinating this initiative across all the labs. And what you see on top right is the Indo-Swiss Training Center at CSIO Chandigarh, and of course the CLRI NSFTC project center for the Kaushal Vikas Kendra at CLRI. again, which is dedicated to skill development. These are just two such pictures, but we are spread across we are imparting skills across 10 out of the 38 skill sectors which have been identified under the National Skill Development Mission. And annually, about 3,000 plus people are being trained, including the trainers, under this initiative. So what I thought was, how do we not only continue with this kind of interaction and relationship with the MSME, but how can we actually proactively help the MSMEs, and they can help us, in fact, deploy some of our technologies. Medical oxygen cylinder and, in fact, UV disinfection system were two such technologies which the MSMEs really helped us in proliferating and diffusing, across many such parts of the country. So what I thought was maybe the way forward for us at CSIR would be having these promotional events. Our 1 week, 1 lab event, which you people are part of for IIP, is one such thing. And also greater information dissemination, which has of late increased, but definitely, there is no stopping at anything. Another thing is to understand the needs, and this is where a regular dialogue with the MSME, with the micro, especially the micro and the micro industries at the ground level, that is what is needed to enable us also to understand their requirements, and also provide the necessary interventions and handhold the sector, for solution. So that is another thing. And of course, we've initiated these 50 clusters through MSME in various, just for diffusion of some of our technological interventions, and many such programs of MSMEs we are planning to partner with to take this on further. And training and skill development, of course, remains one of the core areas where we want to understand the needs. We do try to understand what are the requirements, and accordingly develop programs and modules for the development, for the skill sets that are required by people in different sectors. So I think that's the last. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an elaborate presentation. We missed you here, though. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will now have the presentation on the past and present collaborations of CSIR-IIP with different MSMEs. I request Dr. Sanat Kumar to kindly provide a brief overview.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I think you had a very good overview of what CSIR is doing as a CSIR level. I will be just giving a brief overview in particular on what IIP has done, and a lot of programs already known to you all also. So you know about IIP, that we are one of the 37 laboratories of CSIR, and our primary mandate is to support the R&D for petroleum sector. But as we develop technologies, we do create some new opportunities also, and so we have been developing technologies which are useful for small scale industries also. And we recognize the importance of MSME, and we are always trying to get in touch with MSME whenever there is an opportunity. So I no need to go through this. Now what we do is that when we develop indigenous technology, one part is to license the technology to MSMEs. We can take R&D specifically as per your requirement. That's the second part. We can give the facility for testing and also services for your products. training and skill development program that can be done on your requirement. Now, these are some of the present collaboration. This CSIR-IIP PNG burner, we already had the feedback for that, and just for all benefit of all, that these can be even given to other persons also. And this PNG burner, we all know, is basically an improvement of the burner for use by piped natural gas. The normal, what people are doing is that they are taking the piped natural gas and putting it in the LPG burner. So that decreases the efficiency. So we need a dedicated burner that can give a proper efficiency equivalent to what a LPG stove gives for LPG. So this helps in that part, and this is being widely circulated. So we are thankful to MSMEs for taking it forward in the country. I think the medical grade oxygen has already been discussed very well. And what is important is that we would like to complement the small scale industries because of that small time that we had to produce it and the way they function, particularly in the COVID pandemic when even the transportation was restricted. We can just skip that part. We already discussed all this part in quite a great detail. That this has already been installed in 108 locations now. The room temperature biodiesel, we had a wonderful licensee talking about this also. Now this is a one and only process of its kind, because normally when you produce biodiesel, you need a high temperature, a temperature which is going to about 50 or 60 degrees centigrade. So you need a heating system there. Here we do not need any heating system, and the technology, the process can be operated at a room temperature. You can have small mobile units where we can use existing vegetable or even use cooking oil. The investment is very low, could be a few lakhs, and probably you can get your money returned in less than 3 or 4 months. A small payback time for also. Now what we have calculated is that if we take all the used cooking oil, say about 50,000 units of 200 liter, then we will be able to provide biodiesel equivalent to the capacity of a small refinery. So that is the potential of this technology in India, and that can always be set up in a decentralized way. The improved geography plant, I think Dr. Thakre has discussed in detail about this part, but this has a lot of wide applications, and these are just simple interventions that we can protect the environment also. The system where the smoke is reduced, we have just a picture showing it. The last chimney is the one where IP technology has been introduced. That by redesigning it, you can see there is a great difference in the smoke being emitted, and also saving of the fuel as well as the good quality of jaggery, good, that has got a very good market. The biogas upgradation plant, I think we already have a presentation on it in the earlier session. I won't go detail into it. This was the demonstration we had at the Cartridge Pune site. The one is the portable dry ice machine. Now necessity was felt when we had the COVID vaccines, and which was to be transported to the remote areas where for storage we needed dry ice. Now the dry ice has a very small shelf life. So if I transport it from somewhere else, it just vaporizes. There was a need to prepare the ice instantly. So we developed this small machine, like a small equipment, where you can take the CO2 cylinder, and a CO2 cylinder can be stored for long period. So you just have to need to keep a CO2 cylinder, and you can easily, instantly convert and prepare dry ice for storing vaccines. Now this already had, we have technology license for that GasCon, you know that. The one thing I would like to give is the production of sweetening catalyst, which has not been discussed here. Now in the petroleum industry, there are a lot of additives and chemicals being used, which are in good quantity. One of these is an example of sweetening of LPG. To reduce the smell of the LPG, we use a catalyst, and that is used by the refineries. Now this has been marketed, this catalyst which we have developed is the best of its kind in the world, and 8 refineries are using it in India, and now we are trying to export to 2 different refineries across the world. Now this is being manufactured by MS Lona Industries, Mumbai. So this is one, and we have got similar things are available for MSMEs where you can take up. Something which from the past collaboration, I'm not going to detail into this, is improved biomass chula. This was a time for the rural area where people use this wood for burning. So it can give you again less smoke and more efficiency. A lot of industry heating appliances already been developed, and this is a past collaboration which had already been transferred to MSME way back. Now I just want to summarize going on to that, what we can do and how we can do it. So one thing is technologies which we already developed, which we are knowing about it. So units can be set up precisely based on this technology. There are a lot of things we are doing, and one of the things I like to highlight is the specialty chemicals and additives. One of the additives I told about the sweetening catalyst. So there are similar additives, 4.2%, drag reducers. All these are required by the petroleum industry, and these can be set up at small scale industries also. So we are developing a lot of these, and we would be definitely floating some tenders also shortly for MSMEs to get in the manufacture these of additives. They undertake activities based on specific requirement of MSME. So any R&D technical knowledge help you require from us, we would be there. You can take consultancy, as I said, training, skill development. If you want your product to be tested, we have analytical equipment, we can do that. Of course, we are not a certifying agency, but definitely can provide you a test report for that. The third part is the improving the efficiency of existing unit. So you are already having a unit, you might like to look at it to reduce the energy consumption there, how you can make it more efficient, how you can improve the quality of the product, and also value addition of byproducts. So whatever you are rejecting from your unit could be there, they are useful. Added to this, I would just say what our director has suggested, that we can be a bridge between the big refineries on one hand and the small scale industries on the other hand. We can connect you, and we know the requirements of the large refineries, and we know some of this can be produced for MSMEs, which are actually being imported nowadays from the refineries or for product formulations. So I'll just end up here and invite you, please share your problem with us. We'll try our best to put a solution to you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have with us back Mr. Sumit Sarkar from CBDA-Raipur. Sir, request you to give your feedback on our licensees.
नमस्कार. बेसिकली MSME का जो डेफिनेशन आज सुबह फर्स्ट इनॉग्रल सेशन में द JS was detailing about the MSME. One of the vertical that we are associated with IIP is the room temperature biodiesel unit. This is a very minuscule unit, mobile room temperature biodiesel unit, where we took the technology. We are having a biodiesel plant for last 10 years almost. We were running with all the processes, and it takes a batch to complete for more than 24 to 48 hours. But with this new innovation and the new room temperature biodiesel unit, which is a 50-liter capacity unit we have set up, and we are now planning this financial year to distribute it amongst different villages, stakeholders, and people have come up, they have joined with us. So this kind of a 50 kg mobile room temperature biodiesel unit, which takes you only 15 to 20 minutes for the oil to pour from the top and take out the biodiesel from the below, ये एक चमत्कार है. And this is where I think now people have approached us. It is not only many people. And what we did on a trial, we have now distributed some expeller machines also to small scale expellers to local NGOs and our Gothan Samitis, जहाँ पे ये बीजों का तेल निकाल के then they will go automatically with that room temperature biodiesel unit. So this particular session with MSME is not that what experience we have gained from our association with IIP, but I will also take back some of the learnings like the CO2 to ice. We are working with cow dung, gobar. We have 7 power generation units from gobar at our Gothans. CO2 वहाँ पे waste हो रहा है. This CO2 how we can associate it whether for this dry ice making, or we can take this CO2 for our third generation biofuel manufacturing by growing algae, etc. So these are the areas. So 3 part जैसे अभी आपने मेरे previous speaker ने बोला कि क्या RT biodiesel already we have, Or learning I am taking back is this CO2 to dry ice that we will try to implement in some of the Gothans. और ये होगा तो किसान वहाँ पे आते हैं, सब्जी फसल लाते हैं, we can create small packing houses where we can have it. क्योंकि इसके पीछे हम दौड़ रहे हैं. We went up to Bach to take out their irradiation facility so that a packing house with long gestation, उनका shelf life बढ़ाया जाए crop का. तो this I think will work in our state. Or third is my interest on diverting the CO2 for 3G biofuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. COVID-19 had ripped our lives apart, and during that time, the MSME medical oxygen grade vendors went out of the way to help the lives of so many people by producing medical grade oxygen within our country. I think we are obliged to appreciate them, and I request our director, Dr. Anjan Ray, to distribute certificates of appreciation to our vendors. I call upon Core Energy Systems Private Limited, Navi Mumbai, the representatives are from the Core Energy Systems. Gascon Engineers, New Delhi. Gastron Engineering, Greater Noida. Ortec Engineering Services, Nagpur. Thank you, sir. Two other vendors, Atmos Power Limited, Ahmedabad, and Paras Defense and Space Technologies, Thane. They could not make it to be along with us today. We appreciate their efforts as well. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Swapnil Devekar to kindly propose the vote of thanks now, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the director CSIR-IIP and the entire CSIR team, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all our MSME partners who have actually helped us to spread our little efforts that we want to contribute to our society. My sincere gratitude actually goes to Dr. Vibha Sahni, who was under the weather today but still managed to join us online and deliver an insightful presentation. I hope all of us take something back to use in the future from our presentation. I would like to extend my thanks to all the MSME fraternity who have attended this event. It is you, the people, that this program was conceptualized for, and your presence has been highly encouraging to us. I would like to thank Dr. Sanat Kumar, who delivered a very insightful and impactful presentation, also on a very short notice. Our sponsors, who actually have made the wheels turning, our kind and general sponsors for the, this event are ONGC Energy Center, Indian Oil, ONGC MRPL, and Sutkemi. Very heartful thanks to them. As a convener, I take immense pride in thanking my own team. They have made this seamless arrangement for this event. Of course, I would also take this opportunity to thank our director, who has been involved right from the conceptualization and gestation phase of this event. Without his constant support and guidance, this would have not been possible. I once again thank you everybody for making this event the success it has been. Thank you so much, sir.
I request our director to kindly felicitate the speakers, please. Mr. Samir Rege from Mailam Environment Private Limited. Mr. M.L. Dhiman from Gascon Engineers. Mrs. Aarti Kanodia from Raghav Industries Limited. Thank you, sir. We shall now move on to the next session, which is the CSIR Collaborations Showcase. Just like our country where we have unity in diversity, Team CSIR has also worked as a family to develop several processes for the country. Opening remarks. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Manoranjan Parida. He obtained his PhD in Civil Engineering from University of Roorkee in 1995. He began his professional career as a junior town planner at Cuttack Development Authority, India in 1989. He subsequently served various organizations before joining the University of Roorkee as a lecturer in 1996, and he rose to become Ministry of RTH Chair Professor on Development of Highway System in India at IIT Roorkee. Professor Parida was Deputy Director at IIT Roorkee before joining CSIR-CRRI as the current Director. He specializes in transportation and traffic engineering, urban transport planning, traffic noise modeling, and pedestrian facility planning. He has worked on an imprint research project, propagation and mitigation model of mixed traffic noise for planning mid-sized Indian cities. Design and development of noise barriers for flyovers in Delhi is an innovative contribution by him. He has provided substantial inputs for third-party quality audit of 1,700 kilometers of state highway in the state of Bihar under the RSVY project. He has over 300 publications in peer-reviewed journals and conference and symposium of repute. He has provided consultancy for more than 350 urban road infrastructure projects, intercity corridors, rural roads and expressways. He has received Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Birth Centenary Award from Indian Road Congress and received the Outstanding Teacher Award of IIT Roorkee. Sir, it is my pleasure and honor to request you to come onto the dais and chair the session, please. please provide the opening remarks. So I request you also to provide the opening remarks for the PAN CSIR session.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I welcome all of you to this PAN CSIR collaboration showcase. In fact, if you look at on the title, you can see MSME meet and PAN CSR collaboration. So one remark I'll say that MSMEs, those who are attending this PAN CSR collaboration showcase, is going to be benefited. Today there are going to be presentations where different CSR labs have collaborated together. We are something like 37 laboratories part of CSR system, and while these laboratories are working independently, there is a great amount of collaboration. So the presentations which are listed for the 2 sessions, you can see there is great amount of collaboration, there is a great amount of synergy. While the presentations will take place, you can understand. And one thing I could find out that these collaborations are very effective in terms of technology development. Means one of the basic motivation for coming together is definitely to use the synergy or the complementing abilities which the 2 different laboratories they are having. In fact, I joined Central Road Research Institute as director in September 2022. The first assignment was that CRI was already having collaboration with the Central Road Research Institute. We developed a report on estimation of avoided carbon emissions for the widening of the national highways. The report was released by Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change during Sustainability Summit. So working together is definitely very, very useful for solving complicated problems. The second today, in fact, I have my colleagues, Dr. Ambika Bell, Dr. Bharat, they are working with Dr. Bhaskar on biobitumen. So that's a project currently to be implemented in the state of Orissa. So these collaborations are very, very meaningful, and I see them targeted, or they are more oriented towards technology. So MSMEs, they can take benefit out of these technologies. They are ready to be implemented, and with these opening remarks, I can invite the presenters. So the first presentation is by presentation on the PAN CSR 2G project. Dr. Rajiv K. Sukumaran and Dr. Devasis Ghosh. So Dr. Rajiv is from CSR NIST, Dr. Devasis Ghosh is from CSIR-IIP.
I'm Devasis, I will be presenting.
Yeah. So I'll be taking the seat in the front row. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Pariva, distinguished chairman of this session, dear delegates and other dignitaries. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase this program PAN CSR 2GE. In this title, 2GE is second generation bioethanol. CSIR-IIP actually started its bioethanol program way back in 2002. During the 10th 5-year plan, we had a CMM13 project where, along with NCL and NIST Trivandrum, we initiated working on biomass hydrolysis and saccharification. At that time, CBD was a division, Chemical and Biotechnology division of CSIR-IIP, which took the part. Later on, during the 11th 5-year plan, IIP formulated one project, supra-institutional project, SIP-19, which was all about developing the process know-how for biomass valorization and conversion process, where PES-CBD worked in this project in CSIR-IIP, and we worked on high-temperature ethanol fermentation. At the time of 12th 5-year plan, we started working on 1G, 2G, and 1.5G hybrid ethanol production along with Industry Connect. And in that time, by 2008, India launched its first national policy on biofuels. At that time also, we became biofuels division from PEA-CBD. Later on, in 2018, which is a landmark year, when not only the new biofuel policy came, at the same time, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Yojana also came in action, where MOPNG has given almost 2,000 crores for ethanol, 2G ethanol specifically. And at that time, in 2019, from the 1st January, IIP launched its first division called Material Resource Efficiency Division, where we started looking into bioethanol and all the biofuels from a different angle. That is material resource efficiency, carbon economy, and environmental aspects, and all these things. In this particular year, PAN-CSIR 2G program was initiated. Now this PAN-CSIR 2G program is how the genesis of this program is quite fascinating. One fine morning, afternoon, in 14th March, it's a Sunday afternoon, I received an email from Dr. Anjan Ray, and which is marked to all many CSIR director labs. The email contained an Excel file having many unit operations of 2G ethanol, and he asked about the TRL readiness of 2G ethanol process. Within 5 days, 13 labs joined through a VC, and within another week, actually, Theme Directorate ANB, CSIR, actually launched PAN-CSIR 2G Grand Challenge. You can see from the time that within a month, almost 13 CSIR labs, out of which 9 physically participated in NIS Trivandrum, and actually worked on each and everyone's expertise on each unit operations for 2G ethanol process and their quantitative and qualitative calculation. Within another 15 days, by 15th May, Professor Ashok Pandey and Dr. Anjan Ray started mentoring the team CSIR for this PAN-CSIR 2G program. And within a month also, the NIST and IIP initiated pilot experiments on this PAN-CSIR program. In December, NIST and IIP jointly bid for PAN-CSIR 2G project under ANB theme as a FTT MLP project. And from 2019, 1st April, the project was awarded. Now question is, why PAN-CSIR 2G? It was to stop repetitive laboratory R&D across CSIR and bring all under one umbrella in a PAN-CSIR mode. At the same time, with many other things, it was to deliver a project in a time-bound manner as a team CSIR. Our objective was very clear: development of integrated technology for second generation ethanol with a targeted cost of less than rupees 100 per liter, development of commercializable plug-in unit operations, end-to-end process development within a span of 12 months, and ready to bid for a 2G demo plant as team CSIR or along with any other industries or PSUs or OEMs. Not many times so many CSIR labs joined hand together to develop a single process. The entire PAN-CSIR process organization was divided into 3 main parts: upstream, which was led by IIP and NIST, downstream part, which was led by CFTRI, and the integration part, which was led by IIP, NIST, and CFTRI altogether. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will not take any further time, and I will introduce to Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran of NIS Trivandrum, who will take care of the next part of the presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Yeah. So you have already heard from Dr. Ghosh about the genesis of the PAN-CSIR 2G ethanol or the 2G program. And as he mentioned, at the same time, NIST was also working on these aspects. We had projects from basically from TIFAC, where by 2006 we had plotted the idea of setting up a pilot plant at NIST. And by 2008 we had already started working on the pilot plant. for its, the foundation stone was laid and we commissioned in 2012. So even at that time, we have been working together with IIP. And during this entire journey to the 2G ethanol, we have been in isolation at multiple CSIR labs. We have been working on different aspects, different unit operations. So the idea of having a pan CSIR when plotted by Dr. Anjan Ray, this came as one of the best things to do, because to avoid repetitive R&D happening at CSIR, and bringing all those unit operations which is essential for 2G ethanol under the single umbrella, so that it can be an integrated CSIR program of second generation ethanol. So there were technical challenges, multiple challenges. Dr. Ghosh already showed you a flow chart on how the biomass is converted to ethanol, using multiple different steps, starting from collection of the biomass, bring it over to the factory gate, then its size reduction, pre-treatment, because all lignocellulosic biomass contains cellulose, hemicellulose and lignin. And what we are interested mostly is the cellulose and hemicellulose, which are the fermentable sugars, and lignin, of course, and it's an unignorable resource. Without utilization of any of these components, this program was not going to be successful. So we wanted programs that will cater to the utilization of all these three major components of the biomass. So that was one of the challenges. So we had to have a pre-treatment which effectively either removes lignin with efficient recovery of lignin and hemicellulose. And the cellulose has to go into hydrolysis, and our process was an enzymatic process, because enzymatic hydrolysis is the most efficient one. And once the sugars are generated, these have to be fermented to alcohol and distilled and dehydrated. So now challenges existed, as you might want to see here, starting from the biomass collection or availability itself. We had multiple challenges. And then we had challenges on all the processes, pre-treatment strategies, hydrolysis efficiencies, how to heat this, the enzyme, of course, because that is the most costliest component about the conversion. Then sugar concentration, fermentations, everything. And of course, with respect to lignin valorization. And till that date, nobody was talking about what to do with the process waste, what is generated, and also the process waste water that is generated. So all these integrations, and nobody was talking about what is the toxicological implications of releasing of this wastewater into the environment. So all these aspects had to be covered. And we had the consortium of 9 CSIR labs coming in and working together on all of these things. So some of these things, when we really wanted to look at what is the kind of biomass to start with, there was, when we really started working long time back, when you take the history, Dr. Ghosh already mentioned about the genesis. So we did not have data at the time on what is the kind of surplus availability of biomass in the country. So even some of the preliminary studies at NIST done in 2006 to 2008 resulted in projects from TIFAC, and this was the first report on the surplus biomass availability in the country published by CSIR in 2009 by TIFAC. And later on we followed up, IIP and NIST worked together on also understanding the biomass compositional details of the biomass resources which is available in the country, which we are continuing even now. And this led to the identification of multiple different biomass resources that can be routed to the second generation ethanol, and how much of this is available, majorly the agro residues which are available in the country as surplus, which can be converted to ethanol. So this is just to highlight how we started with covering all the different challenges that existed in this domain. So then we had to do a efficient biomass pre-treatment. We had multiple challenges which include maximum removal of lignin, maximum removal of or recovery of hemicellulose, the highest yield of sugars, and the minimum generation of inhibitors during the process. So we had to do a high temperature treatment, and most often what happens is that there are degradation products which will affect the next step of hydrolysis as well as fermentation. So we had to make sure that all these parameters are met. And there are also multiple cost determinants. We have to also do this at a minimal cost. So there are heating costs, cost of reagents, then the cost which is determined by the equipment, and of course the time used for the pre-treatment, mixing cost, and we are using almost 7 times water when we are using a particular amount of biomass in this particular process itself. And then the cost of neutralization, if you are using acid or alkali, we have to neutralize it back to the pH, which is good for hydrolysis. So we had tried multiple different pretreatment strategies, including alkaline pretreatment, alkaline peroxide pretreatment, dual pretreatment, acid followed by alkali or alkali followed by acid, and so on. And these are some of the steps what is displayed here working in our pilot plant. So eventually what we achieved is 33% reduction in lignin, 34% increase in cellulose content, 12% increase in hemicellulose content, and at a cost of around 7.42 rupees per kilogram. That is about 25% reduction from where we started with. And of course, we achieved a lower temperature and a lower time, which I am not disclosing here now. And the hydrolytic efficiency, if compared to our existing acid process, was 6%. Now, the second or probably the most important step in this process is the hydrolysis, because this is the major cost determinant. In majority of the operations, this can be as high as 50% of the operation cost of ethanol production because of a single major reagent which goes into this step, which is the enzymes. So enzymes are proteins which digest the biomass to generate the sugars, and we have been, most of the enzymes used are cocktails of cellulases and other kind of accessory enzymes which will efficiently hydrolyze the lignocellulose to its component sugars. So we had multiple challenges: how to bring down the cost of enzyme, what kind of enzyme to use, and of course all these other technical limitations like how much of biomass we can load there, what is the content of enzyme loading, surfactant addition, temperature of operation, mixing, how long we have to operate, and so on. And we have been using multiple enzymes. This is another true collaboration where NIST has been working with NCL to develop the enzyme process. So the organism is coming from NCL, the process is coming from NIST, and the downstream is coming from CSIR-IIP. So what we have ended up is having a cocktail of enzymes with penicillium as the major source of cellulase, which is coming from NCL, the process developed at NIST. And we had some limitations. I will show you how the cost built up has been done. And eventually we have evaluated against some of the best enzymes available at that time in the market. And what we can see here is our efficiency of the CSIR enzyme is 83% against 69 of one of the best enzymes currently in the market. So now, of course, the efficiency is better, but at what cost? So that was our concern.
Dr. Sukumar?
Yeah, I'll try to quickly finish. Yeah, sorry. So why these enzymes are better? We can see that this is a comparison of the penicillium enzymes against Trichoderma ricci. It is having higher glucose yield and a lower cellobiose accumulation, which means it is highly efficient. And the reason is that most of these individual components of enzymes like cellobiohydrolase, N-glucanase, beta-glucosidase are pretty high in our cocktail. And this, again, our beta-glucosidase, when blended into even commercial enzymes, this is increasing the efficiency up to 33% for a commercial. This is an enzyme which is used in acid cellulase, which is used for detergent industry. And addition of this can actually make it into a biomass hydrolyzing enzyme. And these are tests conducted with actual biomass hydrolyzing enzyme. Even there, addition of our enzyme is actually improving the efficiencies. So some of the studies what we did, there are 4 different organisms that we have been using: penicillium and trichoderma for the cellulase, Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus anguis for beta-glucosidase. And anguis is basically a glucose-tolerant beta-glucosidase. And again, we have estimated the cost, and what we can see here, the percentage of contribution of each of these components of the cost. Now the major components are the medium, where we are using pure cellulose as the substrate, and the solvent for enzyme downstreaming. And the single step of removing the solvent and using a membrane, ceramic membrane technology, which is originated from CSIR-IIP, has brought down the cost almost half. So we have been able to bring down the cost of enzyme to almost half where we started with. So now another thing was the fermentation. This, what you see here is the basically a comparison of how our own indigenous strain of yeast performs against the established commercially available distillers yeast strains. What you can see that all the commercially available distillers yeast strains perform very good in sugar syrups or molasses. But when it comes to biomass hydrolysates, it need not be the case. And what we can see here is this is what happens. And this is our enzyme where the sugar drops in 24 hours and the alcohol is going up again, reaching the peak by 24 to 36 hours, whereas the other enzymes you can see, there is no sugar consumption, there is no alcohol production there. So this is what happens, and we have CSIR's own yeast strains which are now capable of being recycled almost 25 times, which has been tested at NIST as well as at IIP, and these are very well suited for this particular process for working with hydrolysates. And then of course another collaboration, a sub-collaboration within this between CFTRI, NIRI, IICT, who have developed a wastewater treatment process which is energy neutral and at a cost of ₹3 per liter of ethanol. And this, whatever energy you are spending on this is balanced by the energy recovery from there. So we have a process of anaerobic treatment where we are recovering methane as well as hydrogen, and then the entire water can also be recycled back into the process. So we have a wastewater treatment process also. So I'm stopping. This is the last slide. So this is where we are now. There are certain things, especially, I mean, with the credits, like, we are estimating for lignin valorization and C5 valorization. With that credits, as well as the energy generation from there, the cost has been reduced to less than 100 as of now. The enzyme activity is increased, as well as the cost of production of the enzyme is reduced. And enzyme can now be directly used without any downstreaming. And the fermentation organism can be recycled 25 times. The biomass can be reused. And there is a zero liquid discharge process with water recycling as well as which is energy neutral. And this is the only potential project with biofuel project as of now with a complete environmental profiling and toxicological data done by our CSIR Institute of Toxicological Research. This is just the glimpse of what we have at NIST, the pilot plant. And this is the process. I am not going to explain this. I'll stop here. So thank you all.
Thank you.
And sorry for taking time. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sukhman. We'll go to the next presentation.
Yeah.
It's on presentation on photocatalytic carboxylation of naphtha feed with carbon dioxide by Dr. Vinit Ania and Dr. Suman Jain. Dr. Vinit Ania from CSIR-IICT and Dr. Suman Jain from CSIR-IIP. So each presentation, typically we have 15 minutes. I request to close before that. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone, respected chair, directors of different CSR institutes, delegates and my colleagues. So our project is basically related to the CO2 utilization. As we know that carbon dioxide utilization is one of the most appealing approaches among the CO2 mitigation strategies. But we know that CO2 molecule is very stable, so it needs a lot of energy for its activation. However, if we are using the light energy, we can activate the CO2 at the room temperature. So with this concept, we formulated this project, photochemical carboxylation of naphtha feed. Before going to the technical part, I just want to discuss about the background with this project. So this project is basically related to the utilization of carbon dioxide as a carboxylating agent. As we know that demand of the carboxylic acids is increasing, it's having a huge global demand due to the usage of carboxylic acids in various areas like in pharmaceuticals, in polymer industry and so on and so forth. And conventional route by which the carboxylic acids are being produced is based on the carbon monoxide, that is toxic gas. If we can replace the carbon monoxide with the carbon dioxide, it is the win-win situation. We can use the carbon dioxide as well as we can avoid the use of carbon monoxide. So if we look, when we look at the literature, there are only couple of processes known on the CO2 utilization for the carboxylation, which are the thermally, which uses the high temperature and high pressure. And they also use the organometric stoichiometric amount of reagents that produces huge amount of waste. So we basically focused on the photochemical route. So before our work, there were only one process is known in the literature, that is using the rhodium based catalyst and with the ruthenium. It is for the carboxylation of olefins with the, but apart from the carboxylic acids, we got the hydrogenated products as the byproduct. So with this was the background. We initiated our study for the carboxylation of olefin. We developed a nickel based catalyst. Nickel is quite cheaper than the rhodium based catalyst. We developed a heterogeneous catalyst that after the reaction that could easily be recovered and recycled for the subsequent runs. And one more thing, our process were very selective. We only got the carboxylic acids without having any evidences for the formation of hydrogenated products. So with this work or with this background, we thought to use, the idea was generated from our director Dr. Anjan Ray. He gave this idea ki why don't you use the naphtha feed that is having a multiple components. So our waste plastic process, that is processing the waste plastic into the fuel. So naphtha is one of the stream that is having the olefin rich, more than 45%, 45% is the olefins. So we formulated in-house project initially to see the feasibility of the study. So with the same system, we repeated on the naphtha feed, and we got the 40 to 45% conversion of the olefins which presented in the naphtha feed into the carboxylic acid. So to develop the process for more rigorously or for the more means demonstration part, we need to have chemical engineers. So we approached our sister laboratory IICT, and we collaborated with this work and we formulated one joint project, that is the photochemical carboxylation of naphtha feed. We formulated the objectives, like we have some background data, so we thought we should fine tune the process by developing the more fine tuning of the catalyst to enhance the conversion and for the more selectivity. So this project was basically divided into the two parts. At CSIR-IIP, we developed the batch process. We demonstrated it in the batch unit at the 150 ml scale, 150 liter scale of batch photoreactor. However, our IICT partners, they developed the continuous mode. So with this, now these are the results of the batch catalyst, batch part or batch process. The maximum we got the 50% olefin conversion with having the 46% oxygenates. These are the composition of the naphtha feed. So basically we obtained C6 to C8 range carboxylic acids, and after that IICT intervention is started. So now I invite Dr. Vineet to give the more overview about the flow process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your introduction on the project. So just a brief on the project. This project started during the COVID time. So as the project was initiated, like where the IIP has developed the process know-how at the bench scale, so we were into particularly flow process. So since as we are aware that converting a batch process to a continuous process, if you do in a microchannel reactors or a flow reactors, that will give a high yield as well as efficiency. So when we talk about particular to this project, like when we are using carbon dioxide as a feedstock in this conversion process, so the challenges which we have observed, like, is the thermodynamic stability as well as low kinetic reactivity. And when we look at the solution, like particularly by utilizing carbon dioxide, we can go for like high pressure, elevated temperature and high reactive partners. So presently, like the same whatever the IIP has done, we started in a lab. First we replicated the experiments in the same protocol what IIP was doing, and when we started intensifying the operation, like in a RB, the same reactor, the experiments were conducted, followed by intensifying with a light. Then we started developing reactors like microchannel reactors, which were made of a quartz. So over the duration, we enhanced our reactor configuration and its applicability. Since when we are talking about homogeneous catalyst, it is easy to operate, but when we talk about heterogeneous catalyst, the pressure drop was a crucial problem in that, and the loading of catalyst was also crucial. And what we observed, generally gas liquid diffusion will be better when we are operating at slightly higher pressure. So a lot of challenges were there, and over the duration of 1 or 2 years, we tried to intensify our reactor, and we have come up with the reactor configuration, like by involving all the different equipments which can be incorporated to develop a photochemical reactor. So this was an overall design which we have developed, like for a heterogeneous catalysis, where particularly in this system, if you see that there are 4 reactors assembly, and we have a provision for a gas system, gas and a liquid system, which can be sent to a reactor through a static mixer, and where the 4 channels were there basically to optimize the reaction parameters, and they were light assisted, and that they can be controlled based on the intensity of light which is required. So this reactor was first visualized theoretically, like how it can be done, and for a homogeneous also we have gone for an spiral wound reactor. And based on this configuration, then we have fabricated an in-house reactor in the lab itself by our students, where the first 2 reactors, if you can see, like first 2 lights are for the homogeneous reactions, where we can, it is a spiral type reactor, and it has a provision of a pumping and a liquid as well as a gas system into that, and we can plug in at different operating conditions based on the residence time into that, based on the bench scale experiment, and the reactors are of different volume, and pressure can be also be applied till 3 bar. Since it was a quartz reactor, we have tested for 3 to 4 bar pressure. So we have the same experiments which were conducted in the bench scale, in the lab scale in the IIP, we have tried to conduct into that, and we started optimizing on that. So these were some of the results, like whatever the experiments results which we obtained, like how much conversions yield. So best possible, like per pass, how we have seen how much olefin conversion was there. Like initially, if you can see in table 2, naphtha was around 26%. So per pass we were able to convert into carboxylic acids like 7%, and then second pass it was reduced. So still lot of challenges are there, but we can sure say that we have developed a robust reactor right now, which can be implemented for chlorination reaction, bromination reaction, or any other reaction where like we can reduce the time duration and increase our throughput. So coming to the outputs of the project, which right now we have achieved, like the catalyst was optimized by IIP, as well as sacrificial donor which is required for this carbon dioxide reaction, they have optimized, particularly TA they have optimized on that. And the validation of the experiments at the batch reactor we have converted into continuous reactor, and still we are figuring out on the isolations part, since we are talking about naphtha feed which has to be converted. So the acids which are corresponding, the acids which are formed has to be isolated. So these are some of the work packages and deliverables, like we are still working on the optimization of the reaction rates, catalyst loading, and the residence time to achieve the high efficiency. And coming to the output of this collaborative project during these 2 years, we have like one patent was granted in this area, as well as 1 or 2 publications, and 1 more patent on the licensing of the reactor. And presently this reactor has been out licensed to a third party company, which has been based on our designs. They are trying to develop new reactor assemblies which can be implemented particularly to bromination and chlorination also. And talking about the current status and the way forward of the project, as I mentioned that since isolation of carboxylic products and their identification still a challenging task for us, we are still working on that, particularly once the acid are formed after the carboxylation, that has to be isolated in order to establish a process at commercial scale. So that work is still going on, and we are looking for like a better heterogeneous catalyst, since the pressure drop is still a challenge in such type of reactions. So we are still working on that. So these are some of the interaction where Dr. Anjan Ray sir visited CSIR-IIP, and IICT team also visited IIP, and exchange of some of the thoughts and interactions were there. And this is the out-licensing of the photocatalytic reactor to a third party company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gulli. If any discussion can be permitted. Maybe 1 or 2 questions. We have some time because you have 15 minutes slot. Yeah. So if there is any question, you can address to both the presenters.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, please. You can use the mic.
I had a question about the reaction. I think there were a lot of components used in the carboxylation. One is rhodium, another is ruthenium. So do we know what is the role of all these? Is it going via radical mechanism or coordination mechanism, or any idea about that?
Yeah. Sir, actually in this reaction, in our process we developed the nickel-based system, but ruthenium we are using as a photosensitizer. So that photosensitizer is absorbing the light and it is giving the, means it is activating our photocatalyst and providing the charge separation. And during the charge separation, electrons go to the conduction band of that nickel-nickel oxide semiconductor, and holes are generating in the valence band. So oxidation of the olefins is occurring on the valence band part, and carbon dioxide reduction into the CO2 radical anion, it is occurring at the conduction band of the semiconductor, and coupling of both the things in the presence of electrons and protons, it is giving the carboxylic acid. So this is the overall mechanism of this process.
Okay, so all the reaction is mainly happening at nickel center.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumanjan. Thank you, Dr. Vinit.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Please, please.
So, what is the depth of the reactor?
Yeah.
Photo flow reactor,
yeah,
and the wavelength of the light that is used. So, what is the penetration? Especially, I'm worried about the heterogeneous catalyst.
Yeah,
what is the penetration and what is the depth?
Particularly for the heterogeneous catalyst, we have used a microchannel, sir. The microchannels were fabricated, and we have checked the transparency rate. Like we have used the LED lights, particularly wrapped over the reactor, and we were checking the transparency, like how much transmissions were there in the glass. Generally, it is 100% transparent in the glass case. So, like that, we have observed it was like no interferences, particularly when we use the heterogeneous catalyst. I do agree. So we were debating this particular part. When we use heterogeneous catalyst, the transparency, like the light penetration, still we are not able to know how much it is penetrating. So some of the conclusions were they either to coat on the reactor, like if the annular can be coated in the top, and then the light can be transmitted from that side, and the liquid should flow inside. So that here light is there, here liquid, and again catalyst. So that still we were trying to figure it out, but the penetration rate exactly, like since it is a peg bed reactor, you can't particularly form. But going for a micro, like a small channel, can definitely assist us the reaction to go forward. But coming to our exact answer, like how much it was able to penetrate, that we have to still figure it out. Can you suggest something in that? Then that will be a great help for us.
Yeah, we can talk.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we move to the next presentation on valorization of fisheries waste by Dr. R.S. Sripada from CSIR-NIO and Dr. Sunil Kumar Suman from CSIR-IIP. Maybe if you, we have 15 minutes. Yeah. So there is 15 minutes slot. So if you can like take slightly lesser time, one or two questions can be entertained.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Because I come from a fisheries background, so I have been last 35 years, I have been working with NIO. So once we graduated from fisheries, so nobody want to go to the fish market and see the things waste is generated. Lots of waste is generated, and also they are spreading of the viscera, cut, everything and all. So that has been my thing to how to get into revalorize these waste. It is not a waste; it is a byproduct, in fact. So how it can be revalued into different compounds and products, and that was my dream. So since I joined NIO, so I could see the visit many of the fish landing centers and fish processing units also. So over the years now, India has become a second in the fish production. So we exported 1.3 million seafood, total worth of 57,586 crores. It's a huge industry. Nobody actually quite aware of this. But having said that, 40 to 50% of the fisheries waste processing, as of any other food industry, generate wastes. So most of the head, tail, and other visceral organs are removed. But they contain a lot of proteins, carbohydrates, as well as fatty acids, enzymes, and all. It can be revalorized into a different kind of products, and processes can be made and can be so depend upon the. So this adds up to the at present, at the moment, these wastes are just dumped into municipal waste. So this generates a lot of pollution problems and also load on the plants which are treating the waste. So even a small city like Panaji, Goa, it generates 10 tons of waste per day. So fish processing, fish landing center, fish processing. Also, there are fish processing lands. They also release the water into the environment. So that causes a big problem for the environment because the algal blooms and BOD level also increases tremendously. So that also we have tried to how to grow that fish processing effluents into a algae to grow microalgae, then convert into biofuel. So those are the things. With this background, 5 CSR labs collaborated during Agri-Nutri Biotech theme, which ran from the 2000. Next. Yeah, no, next slide, sir. Next. Here. This same thing. Sorry. These are the initial hiccups when we collaborate many things. So ultimately everything will fall into place. So this proposal was conceptualized 5 CSR labs, NIO, IIP, Dehradun, CFTRI, IMTech, and CSMCRI. But because there is not much of linkage between each laboratory, but the whole objective was to work on how to work on fisheries waste. Different labs have got different expertise. So now at the end of the 3 years, we have come to this one, how to integrate this into a system, one system where the fisheries waste can be used. NIO will work on the biofertilizer, and IIP Dehradun, we use the same product for this oligogenous waste, and CSMCRI will work on the new seaweed-based biofertilizer. So we have come together, and then IMTech we have done that. A lot of collagen can be extracted from the fish waste. So those are the things we have worked out now in collaboration with Team Agri-Nutri Biotech. This morning, Honorable Minister was telling about each in the coastal villages, especially on East Coast and West Coast, each household generates a lot of fish waste. So as Honorable Minister said that oil can be waste, oil can be instead of putting into the sink. So they can, a value can be given to this one. This can go into a Amul type of model where the waste from each house can be every day in Goa, in coastal states, they eat fish. So a lot of fish is wasted and then they are thrown into the dustbin again to wet waste. So this can be used, and also we also know that 2.25 lakhs crores of chemical fertilizers Government of India is spending. So there is a need to biofertilize this. So we have developed some products during this one, but it needs still this one. This is the CSIR NIO has developed liquid biofertilizer. It is used from the both organic, using organic acid as well as biological fish silage. So this can be directly used into plants for the plant growth. Further, we actually made into a biofertilizer mixing the rice bran. So it can be used. So shelf life also we have studied, and protein degradation also we have studied. And CFTRI, our collaborator, which Dr. Sunil will explain, they are working for the biodiesel from fishery waste. Each kilo of this one gives 300 liters of biodiesel. So we are making a prototype and establishing the big processing units as well as the fish handling center, landing centers where they can be used this one. So this can be used to run the boats, because the CFTR also done on par with the other diesel parameters, and also emission parameters also they have developed. So one of the byproducts during this is a glycerin, comes with the glycerin when you catalyze and all. So this also can have a value, so that it becomes a circular economy, as Honorable Minister was telling this morning. I think more details. There is a need. There is a program called PM Pranam Yojana. So alternative nutrients for agriculture development. So using this biofertilizer from the fish waste, so it can be a good biofertilizer, form of biofertilizer. It will go into a long way in reducing our imports also. Thank you very much. I request any questions are there. Myself and this both will answer. Yes. Thank you.
Suman, maybe maximum 8 minutes.
Good afternoon all. Thank you, Dr. Sripad, for letting everyone know the genesis of this project and in detail about the detail of the products you have already discussed. So I don't have much to say, but this is only your effort and your vision that 5 CSIR laboratory is working together and from different angle and valorizing the fishery waste. But here I would like to add, I want to go at least 4 years back when the A and B theme was developed, and the main key person in that was the Meenakshi Singh, or Director ISBT, and Dr. Anjan Ray. And on the 8th March 2018, a mail came to our inbox that the theme has been developed, and there are 6 sub-themes: pre and post-harvest crop improvement, agro-technology, processing and value addition, combating malnutrition, enzyme and microbial technology. After 1 hour of this mail, you sent a mail to the director ISBT. Sir, I discussed during the VC and agreed upon, kindly add the aquaculture technology. It is not in that sub-theme. So you send a mail, but you wait for some time for reply, and reply did not come. So again you write to Dr. Anjan Ray and you send a mail, sir, this is 2 concepts I have proposed during the meeting, but it has not in the sub-theme. So Dr. Anjan Ray replied to you, the concept is interesting, however the project objective is not measurable and not specific, so kindly put some numerical parameters and benchmark it. So after some time, on 17th, you came again, you wrote to Dr. Ray, sir, I have already revised and I want to resubmit, but Ray said, no, it is not up to mark, so you can contact me separately. So see how much our leader is supporting to collaborate on this project. So after some time, the time was over to submit this project, and this project was not submitted that time, 2018. But you not stopped there. You all continued your work, and you, in meantime, you already connected all 5 laboratory, and we decided that who will work on what. And 2020, early 2020, we have submitted this project again, and this project was graded A++ in that time. And from that time, in 2020 to 2030, we work on that. In between, the project was hampered due to some COVID reason, but we did some good work in that. So I want to say that the leader role is very much important from both sides. You have done a lot of work, you did a lot of work, and our sir has always supportive in that manner. So whatever you have said, just this is the, in terms of number, India is having 7,500 kilometer long coastal line, and it is 3rd largest producer fishery. And we have around 400 processing unit and 500 pre-processing unit, and daily capacity of 10,000, and approximately 0.72 million metric ton of the fish waste generated in India per year. And when you convert into daily, in terms of daily waste generation, it is around 2,000 metric ton. So where it is going? It is going to use as a feed to farm animals, but this part is very less. Only 5 to 10% part is utilized to use as a feed to farm animal. Rest of thing is going to either ecological, either it is going to the dumping site, or it is, it is going to fresh water or sea water. So what we are doing actually, we are increasing the organic load of our water bodies, and we are losing the potential revenue by dumping into the seaside. So keeping this thing in mind, we have tried to minimize the waste generation by giving the waste to a new life, and the 5 laboratory, as you have mentioned, NIO started working on biofertilizer and biopolymer, IIP selected to use on the single cell oil production, and MTech was working on biopolymer, CFTI used this as a bio diesel feed, and CRI used as a liquid wastewater for the cultivation of algae. So as you have mentioned and shown, this product, fertilizer was prepared by NIO, and they mixed 30% rice bran to that fertilizer and use for the evaluation of chilies and brinjal, and you can see the result in the down. The comparative study was done, and you can see the there is flowering and fruiting in the right side. That is the treatment part, which was treated, and the untreated part was not. There was no fruiting and no flowering. So you can see the effect of the fertilizer, organic fertilizer, effect of the organic fertilizer. And at the same time, your colleague are working on the polymers from NIO, and they have extracted the collagen from this, and they got the 3% yield, and they are optimizing the process. So this is in nutshell, this is from NIO part. And coming to the IIP part, why we have selected and why we have interfered in this work. Actually, when the project was conceptualized, Dr. Ray always talking this about what is the status of the collaboration. So one day we went to his cabin, and he asked a lot of questions. Can we use this feed as a oleaginous yeast, growth of oleaginous yeast? Then you sent a lot of paper, and we studied that, and then we tried to use this waste to grow the oleaginous yeast for the development of production of lipid. So in last 1 decade, we all know that the lipid production is gaining momentum through the oleaginous yeast, because it is easy to grow, and there is alternative to a higher plant, and the same kind of lipid you can produce in the less time as compared to the plant and other animal origin. So in this project, we have tested the potential of the fish cellulose for the growing the oleaginous yeast and developing and producing the lipid. So once we get the fish cellulose from your lab, we characterize the fish cellulose and check their promoting effect on the cell. And sir, I'm
last 2 minutes.
Concluding, the fish cellulose has all the essential component, and the growth pattern was very good. We are able to get the 6 to 9 gram dry cell weight of the cell, and you can see the microscopic image. There is no constraint on the cell. And then after we did the FEM analysis profile, and we got the total lipid yield was 240 milligram per gram of the yeast cell. And there were the FEM analysis, we find that the FEM has all the desirable property of biodiesel. So one interesting thing I would like to say here, that when we are optimizing the concentration of fish cellulose for the production of the lipid, we found that increasing the concentration changed the profile of the lipid, and we got higher long chain fatty acid lipid in the culture. So this can be used as an inducer for the producing the DHA or EPA kind of lipid. So the one study of this liquid fertilizer we tried at the IIP site, and on this tomato plant. You can see the left is control and the right is the test one. We check the length and the length of the plant, root and shoot length, chlorophyll content, and we are trying to we'll try to check the lycopene content in the when fruiting will start, and we'll do the microbiome analysis. What the microbiome is, why there is growth, a lot of growth, and how they are contributing to it. So this we are doing at IIP site. So I am coming to this slide. This is very important for our colleague who is working on room temperature biodiesel, because this part was taken up by the CFTRI. They extracted the oil from the waste fish, and they scale up the process of the up to 50 liter, and they got the good yield in this one. So the reason to showing this, can we implement our room temperature biodiesel technology to get the biodiesel from this? So this is that's why I am showing. Actually, I was expecting Dr. Sunil Singh, NIO director here, but last month I was there, and I wanted to meet him personally to pitch this project, room temperature biodiesel from fishery waste, and set up a decentralized biodiesel plant in the near coastal area, because you can see in our India, there are a lot of states which are situated in the coastal area, and they are producing a good amount of the waste. So second is the biogas production and from the fishery waste and the upgradation. But sir is not, due to some reason, sir is not here today. But I request Dr. Sripad to convey our message, and our scientist from IIP will talk to you regarding this. So how much the waste can be available for the starting this project. And this is the outcome of the project. We have submitted 13 papers, 3 is published and 10 is under review. We have filed 1 patent and 8 project assistant was trained, and 20 fisherwomen was skill imparted. And one more unique thing I would like to say here, that this is first time I think in history. This is an FBR project. Dr. Sripad has transferred technology to a Goa-based company for the production of biofertilizer. I think this has not happened earlier in the FBR project. Thank you, Dr. Sripad, and thank you, Dr. Anjan, for your kind support and your always. We have faced some challenges during the COVID and this financial support, but I am thankful to Dr. Anjan. He supported a lot me in terms of capital. We never faced this kind of problem. So thank you. I am stopping here.
Thank you very much. We can take up one intervention. If there is any question, any remark from anyone in the audience.
Sir, I would like to add this. Now we have also got a second from the next project to continue activities.
On the basis of outcome of this project, we have applied for applied in waste to wealth proposal, and that is also first time it is the first screening has done, and it is selected for the next.
Thank you. With that, we move to the last presentation on biobinders for construction of flexible payments. So we have Dr. Ambika Bell and Dr. Bharat from Central Road Research Institute and Dr. T. Bhaskar from IIP Dehradun. So from CRI, Dr. Bharat.
Yeah, good evening all. The topic is on a development of biobinders for sustainable bituminous roads. Maybe it's new for the many people, how it is going to be useful, the terminologies. Okay, but I'll put in simple words. Yeah, let's say basically in India we have different type of roads, basically concrete pavements and bituminous pavements. So most of the roads are 90% roads are bituminous pavements. So it contains different layers: soil layer, base layer and surface layer. In the surface layer, which you look at black color, that contains a bitumen and aggregates. So the aggregates we are getting from the quarries, the bitumen we are getting from the crude oil. Okay. So let's say there is a lot of construction work going on national highways, state highways, in lakhs of kilometers. So there is scarcity of aggregates, there is scarcity of bitumen also. We are importing around some 50% of bitumen. So because of this upgradation of roads, rehabilitation of roads, there is some replacement. Or else keep on using crude oil, the crude oil base, the cost is increasing significantly. So in this process, what is the alternative? Alternative for this construction rehabilitations. One is we are doing the recycling. We are reusing the same road, we are recycling the pavement. Other option is a replacement. So coming to replacement, especially for bitumen, so this is the different biomasses are there. People using different biomasses, let's say rice straw, let's say wood, paper pulp. So different biomasses, people are extracting the oils. So they already explained to you, let's say for 1 kilometer of road, lot of amount of aggregates, bitumen is required. So the alternative solution we have to make we have to substitute that we call it a biobinder. The available sources are soy extracts, swine manure, tire oils, switchgrass, corn starch. So different biomasses are there. So each biomass contains different type of oils. So based on the oil characteristics, we have to optimize it, how much amount of oil we can replace in the bitumen. So this I already explained you initially. There is a lot of demand for the bitumen because a lot of new construction work is going on. There is huge demand. So we're importing almost around 50% of the bitumen. So for that we need a bio-bitumen. So where we can replace certain amount. Yeah, these are some of the biomass sources. I already explained you: swine manure, wood lignin, sawdust, cast oil, pine wood, waste wood. So these are different researchers extracting the oils. So those oils they are using in a bitumen, some replacement. So people are using tires, waste tires. They are shredding into small pieces. They are adding into the binder. They can replace some 10%, 15% depending upon the properties. So here in our study, let's say it's a collaborative project along with IIP Dehradun. So here in our study, we selected the rice straw as a biomass. So from the biomass, we are extracting some amount of oil. So biomass for the rice straw, a huge amount of biomass available in India. Let's say a main paralika problem. So apart from the let's say bitumen demand, there is a we can avoid the pollution also. Simply in this Punjab, they're simply hitting this parali. So because of there is a lot of problem in the northern regions. So in effectively we can use this material, we can extract the oils. Those oil we can use in the replacement as a bitumen. So here the pyrolysis method is used for selection of the biobinder preparation. So you can see in the figure that is the bottom one is a rice straw. So from that we are going to extract the oil using the pyrolysis process. Here we got a very good help from the IIP scientist. Let's say we extracted this oil. You can see here from this parali, let's say this rice straw, using a pyrolysis process, we are extracting the oil. So that oil, we are going to see how much we can replace it. In the conventional binders, we have different grade of binders are available. It's looking black color, but we have different grades. Softer grade, let's say harder grade, depending on climatic condition, we are going to use those grades. So there are some certain engineering parameters. It has to satisfy. It should not. Let's say in road, you can see common failures, undulations. You will see at high temperature. Sometimes you will see cracks. Sometimes you will see potholes. So you have to satisfy all those parameters. With considering all those parameters, how much amount we can add into the bitumen. So that is the main objective. How much amount of this bio binder we can this bio oil we can replace it. So this is basically it's a CSIR FTT project. So it's just 6 months back it started. These are different phases. We are coming. It's a total 2 years project. 6 months we completed. So this is initially we're going to characterize the biomass. What type of oils we're getting. What is the properties. Then how much amount we can add it, whether 100% we can replace it or 50%, 40%, that studies we are doing. So later, let's say after doing laboratory studies, later we have to construct a road in actual field after replacing this bio oil, how it is performing. Yeah, this is let's say from this rice straw we extracted the oil. So so in that we are getting the bio oil, biochar, some other gaseous products. Yeah, already I told you our target is we have the conventional binders. Here I am showing VG40, VG30, those are conventional binders which we are using for regular construction. So our target is it has to perform similar to those binders. These are some of the results of ultimate and composition analysis of this biomass. Yeah, in details I am not going, they are already explained to you. There are some engineering parameters as a material engineer. So it has to satisfy all the parameters. It should require sufficient stiffness, sufficient viscosity. At high temperature, it has to perform well. At low temperature, it has to perform well. So considering all those parameters, so in the laboratory, in the phase when we found that around 30% of bio oil we can replace it. So almost 30% of bio oil we can replace it. So that much amount of we can save it. So these are some of the different engineering parameters which are at high temperature, low temperature, how it is matching. So we face some problem, let's say initially we face some problem, there is a rapid aging because of this bio oil. If you are adding this certain amount, this rapid aging is there. To control that, we added some additives, natural additive lime we added. So we can control those, such kind of things. In such a way, we design a laboratory, how much optimally, how much amount of bio-oil we can replace it. Yeah, after adding this line, we can reduce the aging resistance aging resistance increase significantly. Yeah, let's basically, already I told you, in the bituminous road construction, we are going to heat the aggregates, we are going to heat the bitumen and mix it and lay the bituminous road. So in the laboratory, we heated the aggregates, we heated the bitumen. So prepared these are laboratory samples. So those samples we are going to test in different conditions. Yeah, then we are comparing with the conventional binders also, we are getting some promising results for 30% of bio-oil. So similarly, these are all advanced tests, let's say for metal characterization, how it is behaving at different climatic conditions, at different loading patterns, all those parameters we checked in the laboratory. So these are the advanced tests we are going to do in the coming 6 months. Yeah, now what's happened, last year the MOT Minister Nitin Gadkari came to CRRI. So there we presented our work. So later he feels that it's very important to the nation. So he called our team. We went to his office. So he showed very much interest. Okay, so if you going to replace such kind of a material, it is going to be very much useful for the nation. So what he told that instead of laboratory, I'm going to give section in different parts of India. Go some trial sections, construct to our 2-3 kilometers in different parts of India. So once if it is implemented successfully, such kind of plants we can install in different locations. So that we can extract a lot of bio-oil. So that bio-oil we can reuse in the construction of the bituminous roads.
Last 2-3 minutes.
Okay, so last slide. Yeah, the way forward is we are going to have some trial sections in different parts of India. So that's how we are going to show to the engineers, maybe national highway, border roads, or state highway agencies. So that they will get some confidence. In the future, we may get guidelines using the bio-oil also. We can construct the bituminous roads. Thank you.
Anything, Dr. Bhaskar, you would like to add? Yeah, so now this is open to the audience. If there are any questions, any clarifications.
Pardon, sir? No technical.
Ultimately, when it will be given to industry?
The laboratory studies and the parameters have been completed, and tomorrow we have a meeting confidentially with the Honorable Minister, and the real roads formation testing will be maybe a 2 to 3 months time. Tomorrow itself we have a meeting with the Honorable Minister.
And sir, some numbers, say 1 ton of paddy straw, how much bio-oil can be produced?
Yeah,
and what will be the, then what treatment on bio-oil, and what will be the final product, how much it will cost in the market?
Yeah, approximately 30 to 40% of the cost reduction compared to the conventional fossil-based mining. But the issue is now these resources are Indian, domestically available. Next is the carbon footprint of the fossil-based carbon, and the employment generation using the unutilized or underutilized residual biomass. And we don't need to get the technology from outside. And as they are across India, so we can strategically map the available biomass and the road conditions, because the road parameters not similar from Jammu Kashmir to the Kanyakumari. So we are working on the mapping the different resources to address all these issues. It's a multidisciplinary. The rates of some of these. Yes.
Yeah.
All the tests are completed.
there's a lot of silica in rice straw, right? So after pyrolysis, you are left with a char which probably has a lot of silica in it.
Yes.
Is that also
Fertilizer.
The beauty is here we don't end up the oil in silica.
Correct.
That will be enriched in other fractions. Right. So that treatment and we are adding that value to those carbons. Now we are working with secretary correctly to make the super tetracystic carbons. So from a single feedstock we have a diverse outlets.
I think even for fertilizers also they can use it, biochar.
That test already we have tested in Punjab. Now Odisha we are going to test with another feedstock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
sir.
Dr. Bharat. Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. We can give a round of applause. So with that, we have come to the end of all the presentations. So I would like to compliment Dr. Anjan Ray and team CSIR-IIP for 1 week, 1 lab, and specifically this particular event, Pan CSR Collaboration Showcase. In the initial remarks, I said after my joining at CRI, there are 2 opportunities. One for that estimation of carbon avoidance, and the other one is this biobitumen project. Personally, I find this as a wonderful opportunity to develop new technology. In fact, during first presentation, Dr. Ghosh was talking like you avoid repetitive R&D, then delivery in a time-bound manner. Sometimes, in the lab, we get criticism for not completing, not delivering on time. But these collaborations definitely they help. Certain labs have potential to scale up. And so let us give a good round of applause to all the 4 presentations which showcased a great amount of collaboration amidst the different laboratories of CSIR. Only thing is that you need great leaders like Dr. Anjan Ray who keeps pursuing. There was mention he keeps pursuing on email, on WhatsApp. So only prerequisite is that you need to run your hands efficiently on email, on WhatsApp, speak to each other, and try to act fast. Yeah. So that is essentially, and then you need to have the spirit of be part of a cricket team. Like there are always 11 people will play. So if you don't mind working in a team, then definitely these kind of collaborations are going to be successful. So before coming here, I tried to dig out the details of project which CRI is doing. At CRI last 5 years, we have 11 projects, which is these Pan CSR collaborative projects. And typically these projects are one which are going to result in lot of technologies which can be transferred to the industries very quickly. So with that, in the coming years, I wish to see more and more collaboration, and thanks to the organizing team for this opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to felicitate the speakers of the session. Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran, CSIR NIST. Dr. Vineet Ania, CSIR-IICT. Dr. R.A. Sripada, CSIR-NI Goa. Dr. Bharat, CSIR-CRRI Delhi. Sir, I now request our Director Dr. Anjan Ray to kindly thank our session chair, Professor Manoranjan Parida, as a token of our love and appreciation. we would like to. Excuse me, sir. Sir, I request you to felicitate Mr. Sumit Sarkar, whom we missed earlier for the MSME meet as well. Mr. Sumit Sarkar, CBDR Raipur, sir, please come onto the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. We shall now break for tea, and I think we will reassemble another 15 to 20 minutes. Request all the delegates to kindly take their seats, please. We shall start the last session. Welcome back to the last session of our evening. We shall continue the PAN-CSIR collaboration. Sir, I am honored to introduce you, Dr. Ashish Lele, Director CSIR NCL. He obtained his PhD in Chemical Engineering from the University of Delaware in 1993. He began as a career as a scientist at CSIR NCL Pune in 1993. In 2021, he became the 13th director of CSIR National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. He has served as a visiting professor at the Institute of Engineering Sciences at France, and he serves as the director of AMPS Innovations Private Limited and is the co-founder and advisor of Biomed Innovations. He is the president of the Indian Society of Rheology and has been a member of the Rheologica Acta, the official journal of the European Society of Rheology. His expertise is in the area of polymer science and engineering with a focus on the rheology of complex fluids and structure property relations in polymers. He has developed tailored molecules for stimuli-responsive smart hydrogels and explained the anomalous rheological behavior of complex fluids. He has published several research articles and holds numerous patents for process and technology development. He has received many accolades and awards such as the Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computing Science, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Engineering Sciences, UICT Alumni Young Scientist Award, Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Award. Sir, it is our honor to have you as the session chair. With this, I humbly request you to kindly come onto the dais, and I also request our director, Dr. Anjanri, to kindly welcome him. Thank you, sir.
We are in the last session of this day today. First of all, I want to congratulate IIP for an extremely well organized OWOL program. I know today has been 3 sessions running in parallel, and I think only Anjan can pull such a feat of having 3 programs running in parallel. I am struggling with having 1 at NCL. So congratulations IIP and particularly Dr. Anjan Ray for this excellent organization, and this whole concept of having a PAN-CSIR program is so nice. We heard the last talk as bio binder, and I think for CSIR, Anjan and IIP has been a binder to bring together many labs on multiple projects. The fruits of which are clearly seen in the last session and some more to be seen in this particular session. So let me begin. We have half an hour, about 40 minutes session, and there are 3 talks in this session. The first one is on development and certification of new generation lubricant formulations for aerospace and components, and this is by IICT and IIP. So may I invite the presenter from IICT for the first talk.
Sir, excuse me, sir, no one from IICT. This is NAL IIP.
Okay, I think. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ponikanti Nagindramma, and I will be presenting on one of the 14 work packages of CSR mission on aerospace materials and technologies. The nodal laboratory is CSIR-NAL, and The project we are going to present is development and certification of new generation lubricant formulations for aerospace surfaces and components. In this work package, we have two components. First one is sustainable lubricants for precision instruments of aircraft, while the second one is MOS2 and graphene-based solid lubricants for bearing surfaces. Now coming to the main objectives of biolubricants part. First one is conversion of lab scale TRL 3 level products into TRL 5 level products. Second one is the preparation of biolubricants in bulk scale for further testing and evaluation. Also, the final formulation should meet BIS 1088 specification for precision instruments. Therefore, we are planning to scale up the developed products at TRL 5 level for further testing in related industries for precision instruments. After patent search and FTO analysis by CSIR-IIP, it has been found that the developed product is unique for its structure, and also the proposed process and formulation is new in MEMS applications. Internationally, some groups have been involved in the development of conventional MEMS lubricants, but nationally we are the first to initiate this type of work. We have two patents granted in US and Japan. Dr. Anjan sir is also part of this project. Thank you, sir. Limitations of conventional lubricants. The most commonly used conventional MEMS lubricants are mineral oils, polyethers, and phosgene esters. But each of them have some limitations, like mineral oils have poor aging and oxidation stability, and also poor miscibility with the silicones and other additives. Polyethers are widely used as MEMS lubricants, but are degraded at high temperatures. Next comes phosgene esters. Phosgene esters are non-biodegradable and are toxic. Therefore, aliphatic polyol complex esters will be studied as a possible improvement over conventional MEMS lubricants by overcoming all these limitations. This is the flowchart for biolubricant preparation. The optimized parameters for biolubricant preparation are molar ratio is 1:1:1, and reaction time is 8 to 10 hours. Next, the catalyst used, conventional catalyst used is 1.5%, and non-conventional catalyst we optimized is 15 to 25%. And here initially we have added the toluene catalyst to a mixture of polyol alcohol, dibasic acid, and monoalcohol. Then the contents were refluxed for a period of 8 to 10 hours at a temperature ranging from 110 to 120 degrees centigrade. After that, the reaction contents were cooled to room temperature, filtered, and then vacuum distilled to get the product. Then the product was passed over the alumina, basic alumina. Percolation over alumina improves the color of the product and also reduces the traces of the acidity. Same reaction conditions were used for the bulk preparation of the biolubricants. Next, FTIR spectra confirms the presence of ester groups and no bands corresponding to COOH and OH groups. Similarly, H1 NMR spectra also confirms the presence of ester group. C13 similarly, 13C NMR spectra shows the presence of ester group confirmed from the signals of 170 and 175 ppm. And these are the physicochemical and tribological performance of biolubricants. We have synthesized 2 ester lube base stocks and carried out their physicochemical characterization and tribological performance. Then the properties were matched with the BIS 1088 specification, and the properties are very much matching with the specification, and these are repeatable and reproducible at large scale. We have benchmarked our products with BIS 1088 specification as well as with commercial products, that is Cano micro oil. In addition to the proposed BIS 1088 specification, we also benchmarked our products with another specification, that is MIL 6085E specification, and commercial product of Radcolube. These products are designed for use in aircraft instruments where low evaporation oil is required for both high and low temperature applications. These are the test parameters identified for biolubricants for certification, like kinematic viscosity based on the two specifications, BIS 1088 and MIL 6085E specification. And these are the, however, all the tests will be carried out in NABL accredited laboratory. IIP is not NABL accredited. So we have identified the Geochem Middle East as a NABL testing for our products. At the end of the project, we will deliver a mineral oil free lubricant for precision instruments at TRL 5 level. Thank you. And the next part is the solid lubricants. My colleague Dr. Khatri will present regarding solid lubricants. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you, sir, for chairing the sessions. Actually, this activity has started with initial of the sustainable lubricants. So the sustainable lubricants which were taken interest by the NAL, because they were formulating a mission mode project on type of the materials for aerospace industries. So they have already gone through 3 rounds of the screening. At the last round, that time the Professor Jadhav, who was the director of the NAL, he has said that we also want to have indigenous MOS2. So one good morning, I got a message from our director that Dr. Khatri, what you are doing with your MOS2? Then I suddenly surprised what has happened, why he was asking me for that question. Then he said, no, we are having a very good opportunity. Can we take up for the aviation industries? Then I can, sure sir, we can. So this is how the thing has started, because we, as a nanomaterials, we have been working on different type of the 2D materials for different applications. So in this picture, we are involved for the synthesizing the MOS2 scale up and to convert in the form of the sprayable lubricants. Later on, the NAL, who are really looking for different type of the test parameter which really need for the aviation industries. And one of the very challenging and important part is the certifications. So this is being taken care by the CEMILAC. CEMILAC is the Center for Military Airworthiness and Certification. Is a regulatory body of the DRDO. So wherever any components, any parts, whatever material is going for the military base airworthiness, that has to be certified. Otherwise, simply we can't take any product and we can use it for that. This is what the very, very strictest parameter. And to get the certificate from the CEMILAC itself is a big challenging task. So this is what the motive and formulation of this project. So now when I'm coming to the technical part, as I mentioned, we have been working on the different types of nanostructural material, and particularly on looking on the tribological side where we can how reduce the friction and wear with different mating surfaces. We have been working on different types of material, whether we are starting to the nanoparticle, nano clusters, 2D materials, and 1D material, different type of 3D materials we have been working. But in this project, we are more concerned about the 2D materials. So that's different type of the parameter. Rather than I'm going to discuss each and everything, I just move on the second slides, where the core expertise is coming on the 2D materials. These are the glimpse of the structures what we have been working and synthesizing in our lab, whether top to down or bottom up approaches. So starting from the graphene, ammonium sulfide, tungsten sulfide, hexagonal boron nitride, and so on. And particularly now I'm coming to MOS2, why that aviation industry is interested in the MOS2. let me put in there, MOS2 is not a new lubricant material. It's being explored since last 4 decades. But if you can recall, the most of that what we are having in the defense sector as well as in the Air Force, the airworthiness parts, the earlier were procured from or supported by the Russian sites. And their different component, molybdenum sulfide is being used. And even I was very pleased to know yesterday when our guest of honor, the Air Marshal Alok Singh, has very explicitly presented that in the Air Force, the big chunk of money is being invested for maintaining the different type of this, whether the aeroplanes or different type of the airworthiness parts or everything. Because now to procurement is the very, very cost relevant parameters. So that's why they are more going towards the maintenance sites. So this is how we have come on the MOS2. So there are certain the basic parameters why we are going for the 2D materials for that, whether we are talking about ultra low thickness, high surface area, weak van der Waals interaction, which really facilitates the sliding under the stress and reduces the frictions, high load carrying capacity, good conductivity, particularly like a graphene like that. So these are one of very wonderful parameters which we desire for the good lubricant system. So when we coming to that, this project formulations, so as I mentioned in that we are having more on to develop indigenous. If you go to the market, MOS2 is available. But the point is coming up that we need the indigenous MOS2 which having the proper certification so that can be used for the airworthiness industries. So we have been now synthesizing the nanostructural MOS2 with the target of 100 gram batch. Let me address the initially we used to synthesize in our lab in the milligram scales. But as on today, even this morning I got the news from my lab that till date we already achieved the batch of the 7.2 grams without any hurdle. And now we are going for further scale up and the reactor scale ups and everything. And then we are converting in the sprayable form. Sprayable form means we are going to just have the air compressed spray, just you spray on and use it the coating on that one. What are the parts we are going to use for that one? And definitely what are the available in the market, we are benchmarking the parameters in the performance point of view. So then what has happened in the last review meeting, I would like to very explicitly address here, because the panel experts were there in the mission mode review meeting, monitoring review meetings. And suddenly the discussion has started, and then I have made the very counter questions that, sir, why we are focusing on the molybdenum sulfide, that carrying the molybdenum as well as the sulfur. Now people are running away from the sulfur, why we are still. Now the graphene is other good carbon-based alternative of the molybdenum sulfide, why not we can explore. Now the point is coming up, at this moment we are not having any certifications for the graphene type of the material, how we can go for that one. Then we have started discussion with the SEMILAC. Now considering some of the MILS-based standard which is by the US military, the standard have been established. So now we are discussing those parameters and we are trying to find out how we can go for the graphene based also as an alternative to the molybdenum sulfides. So, and definitely we are also working on the graphene, and this is what the strong part from our side. And now is coming to the certifications, particularly MOS2 powder, and currently what certification as per the Russian specifications, which is the 5YMPT 06168 specifications. We are already working out on this one to get the product equivalent to that one. And beside that, the new certification where the performance best, which is even not available from the Russian side also. So in that way, we can go for the both molybdenum sulfide as well as the graphene, and different tests we have already worked out on that one, and with the NAL, this is what we are going with that. By the way, I would like to mention here, our NAL partner could not come here because they already had the pre-scheduled meeting with that CMERI Durgapur, so that was the reason. So now is coming to the synthesis part of the MOS2 and few of the some fundamental properties, because in each batch, whatever we are synthesizing, we are doing the characterization as we are going scaling up, that all the that basic characteristics of MOS2 we are getting in a proper way. So whether it's FTIR or the XRD for the structural parameter, Raman, even now this you can look at this one, the nanostructures. If you can see, the each seat is having hardly 8 to 12 lamella. And each, if you look at the gap between each lamella, you can say that connected those lamella by the weak bond or interaction or interlamellar spacing is 0.6 nanometer, 0.62 nanometers. And then what we have carried out the basic test, and we have just made the this one dispersion of this MOS2, and we sprayed on that still substrate. We carried out the very basic tribological test. Now you can see when we are taking as a bare steel contact surface, and in the on the presence of the MOS2 thin film which we have prepared, you can see significant reduction in the coefficient of friction is almost like a 70% of that one. So this is what so far we are having in the progress of that one, because this project has started just now, is 1 year is completed, and we have to still go for the 2 years to all attend that what were the objective we have addressed. So with that, I would like to thank to everyone.
Thank you very much. We have about 3 minutes for questions. If you have questions, comments, please feel free.
The last session, no one. Sorry.
So let me then.
Sir,
what are the challenges you face in scale up of nanomaterials? It's never so easy, right?
It's truly saying so far, as we have planned, we are going very smoothly. But I'm only having the fear when going about 10 gram of the scales, because now we are going the bigger scale of that reactor, because we are doing very basic the hydrothermal reactors. So far we didn't face, because the reason is every steps what we are doing, what the input of the precursors, and when we are scaling up accordingly, what percentage of the increment we are getting in the ratio of the precursors. Second thing, the basic parameters of the MOS2 what we are synthesizing. Okay, so we are monitoring till that. Now I mentioned that today we got the batch where the more than 7 gram yield, that has to be characterized. Otherwise, so far, we are not getting problem, but I'm expecting going to get that problem.
Okay, if we have no further questions, then we can move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand. We'll now move to the second presentation, and this is another mission program on plastic depolymerization and upcycling. This is a program where 4 labs are participating today. My own lab, NCL, and then CSIR, IICT, and of course IIP. So we have presentations by 3 speakers today. Okay, so we'll start with Dr. Samir Chikli from NCL. He is the program lead for this project, and over to you, Samir.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Ashish, for the kind introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank Director IIP for inviting me to present the mission mode project here. So in the next few minutes, about 10 minutes, I would give glimpses of the mission mode and what is the mission that we are trying to address. And then I will invite my colleagues from CSIR and from IIP to shed more light on what exactly we are doing. As we all know that plastic has been around and all of us want to use it. For example, you take your clothes or your pen and articles around you, everywhere there is plastic. Plastic exists because people want to use it. So there is no way that we can go away from plastic. But when people started using, they never thought what will happen to the plastic afterwards. After the use, what is the life of plastic? With increasing use, roughly about 300 million tons of plastic is produced every year globally. Most of it, after the use, is thrown away here and there. There is no proper management of the waste plastic. So it's unmanaged or mismanaged plastic. So it ends up in landfills or goes into oceans and everywhere. If you look at that plastic that is produced, about 50% is flexible. That means plastic which you can wrap things and pack things. So this is called flexible plastic, which goes into mostly municipal solid waste. That's one part. And if you look at which are the different types of plastics in that, there are about 6 that I have listed here called HDPE, high density polyethylene, LDPE, PP, PS, and PVC and PE. These are the major players. Now the first three, so it is only two, that's polyethylene and polypropylene. If you look at the volume of these among all the plastics, is about 60 to 70%. So that is the plastic which is the major volume, but that is the most difficult plastic to break down also. If you look at PET, it's relatively easy, you can manage, and if I have to tell, in India about 85% of PET is already recycled. Okay? But polyolefins, if you take polyethylene or polypropylene, it's very difficult to break them down, and that is the major volume plastic. Okay. So in this, if you look at Indian scenario, we more or less follow the global trends. In India, we produce about 20 million tons per year, and if you look at the volumes, you can see that it's PE, PP, and some other P. So that is about 60 to 70% of the total plastic. And if you look at application-wise, again, flexible is about 45%. So we more or less follow the global trends. So that means we have 60 to 70% of polyolefins, that is polyethylene and polypropylene. Out of that, 45% is in packaging. Okay. So if you look at the consumption that is going to grow in India is about 9 to 12% per CAGR. That means, let's say by 2025, we have 10 million tons of polyethylene and about 7 million tons of polypropylene produced. It will be used for a few years and it will be thrown and it will come back as a waste. So do we have any solutions for that? So this was discussed and debated for a long time in CSIR, and Dr. Anjan Ray was leading that discussion in the beginning. It was thought through, and I have just given you a glimpses of the meetings that happened and what came out of that. Okay? So if you look at this, how plastic is being made, where we make it, and then products are formed. So this is where we all use it. After what happens today, so if you follow the black arrows, this is today's way of using plastic. It's called linear model. So we make it, use it, and throw it. Okay. So products are formed, we use it, we throw them, they either go to landfill or they go to water bodies. Okay. So in this project, or in this mission mode project, what we are trying to do is represented in the green color arrows. Okay. So what we are trying to do, there is little bit of mechanical, which is blue color arrow here. This is mostly PET in India. But if you look at the green color arrows, what we are trying to do is, first is we are trying to develop a reverse supply chain. So the biggest problem is, okay, plastic is used, but it is thrown in different places and there is no way to collect it back. So can we do that one? If we have the way to do that, then can we first segregate it? Because now if you look at plastics, many people do not understand. For them, plastic is one word. But if you look at different types of polymers in that, there are at least 60 to 70 different polymers. Okay? So now all the polymers will have a different mechanism of depolymerization or degradation. So I cannot have one process unless I do maybe 1000 degree or something like that. I cannot have one process which will degrade all the plastics. So we have to look at segregation and try to see the major volume, that is polyolefins, that is polyethylene and polypropylene. If I can segregate and find out a way to bring it back into this cycle, that means can I have a circular economy of plastics? That is what we are trying to do. You can see T1, T2, T3 and T4. These are the 4 target areas that we have tried to carve in this project. And I will give you a brief overview of those 4 areas. Before I do that, this will be the common site if you go to any collection or waste collection places. So this we have done it in Pune with an NGO. We are trying to look at whether we can segregate, and for Pune city, how much plastic waste is produced, how much how much of that is polyolefin, polyethylene, polypropylene, and so on. These red color circles, you can see these are NCL students working with the NGOs. What we can find out here is, if you look at this pile, there is no way that you can find out which plastic is that. Okay? So the first most important thing is to find out which is that plastic that is floating around. Therefore, sorting and segregation is going to play an important role as we go forward. And if you want to have products which are defined, that means your waste should be also defined. So whatever goes into a plant should be defined so that you get a defined out. Okay. So this my colleague Madan will speak a little bit more about. So once we have this, then we can feed into different types of processes. The first one is about thermal pyrolysis or thermocatalytic pyrolysis, where we are looking at, once we segregate, can I do a pyrolysis or a catalytic pyrolysis to get value-added products? The other one is, once we have this, can we do a downstream processing of this pyrolysis oil or py oil and add value to it? Suppose this process gives me an LDO, can I upgrade it to a diesel fraction? The learnings that we develop here, for example, how much of the different plastics can this process tolerate? Let's say, can I say that 5% PET my process can tolerate, or 10% nylon can my process tolerate? This we will learn here and feed that back to this process, where the segregation will decide whether 5% PET should go or it should be rejected. Okay. The last part is, once we have segregated polyolefins, this is little long term. So I'm saying, if I have polyethylene which is 80 rupees a kg, can I take that waste polyethylene and make a product which is 400 rupees a kg? So that is little long term. There are no processes as of now, but we are trying to do it in this mission project. So based on this, we have 4 work packages. The first one is about segregation. The second one is mostly about IIP's process, which is already at some TRL level. One TPD plant is there. We are trying to see that how we can improve the TRL ladder and reach up to 7 or 8. The third one is looking at downstream, wherein we are not just looking at IIP's process, but in India there are a lot of different plants in every city. Like in Pune, there are a couple of plants which are taking waste plastic and they are making something. We are trying to work with them also to find out how can they add value to their products, either by segregation or by downstream. That means once they produce py oil, can I take that and do some chemistry and improve the quality of that oil? The last one, like I said, can we make value-added products? So this is a little long-term. So these are different deliverables. I think without taking much of time from my colleagues' presentations, I would just give you glimpses of what we are doing in Pune. So the first part is where we are trying to build a reverse supply chain. So we have been working with an NGO in Pune which goes to different societies and collects data. So we have done it for 3 months before monsoon and 3 months after monsoon, so that monsoon doesn't affect our data. So what you see is in this chart, so the size of the box also indicates the percentage in the total 100% here. So you can see that we have flexible, rigid. So this all rigid mostly is now people are collecting it back, like PET bottles, most of it is collected back and recycled. So most of it probably will vanish before it even comes to the municipal solid waste. So probably we as technology developer for this will not have the access to the rigid one, because this is already going somewhere. So probably we will get only this part, and this part will be taken care by, I think there are a lot of startups who are trying to do this and other players. So once we have flexible, then we have to look at how can I take this flexible, segregate and do all the processes. This is already there, so this is how much is recovered. So in case of Pune, so Pune as per our this data is about 90 tons per day waste plastic is produced in Pune. Out of that, I think 37% is recycled in Pune. The remaining is either going to landfill or going to waste streams. So this is one part where we have enough data now, and then the industry, whoever want to invest, they also want to know how much is produced, what is produced, and if they can get some value out of that. The last part that NCL is doing is trying to upcycle, where we are taking waste polyethylene, for instance, and trying to do a lot of different reactions. The first reaction is called dehydrogenation. So I'm trying to create a double bonds in my polyethylene chain. Once I have double bond, can I react that with either functional olefins so that I can get long chain functional olefins, or can I react with ethylene so that I can get alpha olefins. So this is what we are trying to do. We have filed patent and we have published some part of it. With this, I think I will stop here, and I will now invite my colleague Dr. Madan to talk about the first part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, NCL Director, IIP, colleagues from IIP and other CSIR labs. So, I am Madan Lakshmanan from CSIR-IIP, and our role is to kind of provide the feed for the pyrolysis unit of IIP, where extraction of oil from polyolefins primarily will be done. Yeah. So why is our job important and interesting? Because this is where our input comes from. Waste plastics, which are extremely hard to access and retrieve. Also plastics which are commingled with biosubstances, with other forms of plastics, metals and whatnot. So therefore it's a very, very difficult challenge to take up. The other thing is that mixed plastics are not recyclable at all. Even if there is one bit of polyvinyl chloride in a ton of PET material, then you essentially are creating hydrochloric acid. So there are very many incidences from the place where I come from, where you hear about explosions happening in pyrolysis units, and people are still figuring out why that is the case, but you know why it is so. And also in relation to fuel generation from polyolefins, PET is a hazardous item. Why? Because it has a lot of oxygen molecules, and pyrolysis is an activity which is performed in the absence of oxygen. So therefore, the mandate is very clear that we need affordable and efficient solutions that can sort different categories of plastics quickly and accurately. Now, what is the state of art that is available around the country and abroad? In India, primarily it's a kind of a manual activity. For some materials like PET, it's highly mechanized, but for the others, it's still kind of rudimentary. Some kind of semi-automized answers are available, but they use gravity methods, electrostatic methods, and so on, which are still labor intensive and also extremely slow. There are private parties who have kind of are doing an excellent job of using computer vision and AI, but then they aren't yet there, basically. In countries abroad, primarily Germany, Norway, and Japan, highly advanced solutions are available, where optical solutions applying multi as well as hyperspectral imaging cameras as well as sensor fusion are being applied, but then in Indian currency they cost upwards of 10 crores and can go even up to 80 crores depending upon throughput and then what kind of sorting they can do. And as far as I understand, no equivalent solutions exist in our country. So the problem is very nicely stated for an agency like CSIR to come and then offer its contribution. So what we intend to do and what we are doing right now is coming out with low cost, efficient and inline. The word inline means that on a conveyor, on a moving conveyor, objects will be identified and then it can be sorted. So we will use the precept of near infrared spectroscopy. So spectroscopy, as you are all aware, is a study of matter using light as a medium. So here we use the near infrared region of the electromagnetic spectra, which is very adjacent to the red GRR from about 780 nanometers all the way to 2200 nanometers. We collect signals, and fortunately in that region the polyolefins and other plastics give very nice, distinct and well specific characteristic signatures. So we can use this method to distinguish one plastic kind from the other. But a lot goes around these kind of solutions. Primarily the optics have to be designed adequately well, because we are talking about samples moving at a fair clip on a conveyor. Therefore the spectrometer has very little opportunity to take a peek at the sample. Therefore, the optical setup has to be optimized. And then AI has a very important role here. Why? Because the samples can come in different colors, shapes and sizes. They can be wrinkled, they can be crumpled, they can have contaminants, they can have debris. So therefore, AI can play a part in the sense that one can retain the essential traits and then see if model building can enable identification of samples even when the physical properties as well as some debris or dirt remain in the sample. So AI has a very interesting role to play. And also naturally mechanical conveying units and mechatronic robotic sorting systems are essential because you want the objects to be placed nicely on the conveyor and then to be removed at a suitable manner. So it also has a very critical role to play. And we are targeting all kinds of plastic, starting with homomolecular plastics, 6 kinds that Sir has mentioned, as well as multi-layer plastics, not all of them, but some which may be of interest to the pyrolysis process. And also you look at two-dimensional or flexi plastic, which are wrapper material, which will have its own distinct physical properties, and three-dimensional plastics, which are, I would say, a simpler and easier problem to solve. And in relation to resource recovery through pyrolysis, the deliverable specified is that about 100 to 150 kg per hour segregation system of primarily flexible two-dimensional plastics, and it has to be integrated with the IIP plant at Dehradun. And the objects of interest are polyolefins, primarily PP and PV, and what is to be rejected at all cost are PET PVC metallic polymers, MLP of certain kind, bromide containing polymers and so on. And there is an interesting component where certain MLP, which through efforts of NCL and IIP will be instructed to us, and then we will try to identify them through the spectroscopic process. So it's a very, very fascinating activity where we are able to work on interdisciplinary areas, starting with IR spectroscopy and the allied design of optical interface. AI has a role to play, and also computer engineering. Why? Because we want to be able to do all these algorithm execution at a fair clip. So it is one thing to kind of do offline, and another to do online, inline. So therefore we want our algorithms to run very, very efficiently and also do the inferencing at a rapid pace. And yes. So numerical modeling is also important role to play, because the objects, primarily flexi polymers, will have peculiar behavior when they move on a conveying system. Therefore, we are also doing studies on that. Just a few glimpses. I have to point out that the activity is 1 year young or 1 year old. So it's in the middle of our progression. So therefore, these are some of what we are trying to do. This is what I was mentioning, that we can do some simulation studies to understand how our mechanical systems need to be designed so that the right kind of system can be eventually designed so that the spectroscopic analysis can be done effectively. So these were done through a simulation software. We have done a lot of AI-based studies of different scenarios of different plastic kinds, and then theoretical results are good, but I will show you that even practical results on a conveyor are doing fine. We also optimized the illumination unit so as to enable acquisition of signals on a conveyor at a distance from the conveyor, and this is the kind of first prototypes that we have received just about a month ago. It has a hopper unit and then vibratory screen and then conveying units. and they can handle at least 10 kg immediately, meaning you can dump in 10 kg of stuff and then can repeat that. Of course, they will all be scaled to the scenario or requirements that are at hand. And so these are some preliminary results just to show how the identification is possible. So at this point in time, we are able to identify upwards of 150 items per minute. They can go up to 400, even 450 items per minute with little bit of tweaking. So our target is that by this year, August, September, we should ready the hard plastic conveying line solution, and then by the end of this year, complete the soft plastics one also. And then we are also planning a high throughput one where we can scale it up to half a ton or 1 ton per hour sorting line. There are plenty of interest from private parties as well as from sister labs like CMERI. Startups are also interested, and we are also rigorously working with prototype identify FTOs so that we don't infringe upon any available patent space. So there is plenty at hand. It's a very, very fascinating journey so far, nourished by constant interactions with fellow members from NCL, IIP, and so I am most grateful for this opportunity. Thanks very much.
Sanat?
So very good afternoon, very good evening I will say, and thank you Madan and Samir for introducing this subject. As the context has already been given by Dr. Samir, to carry on this mission, we have got 4 or 5 work packages. As we said that the basic objective is that at the end of the mission we should be able to transfer the technology and in a way that the commercial plant becomes viable. So we have taken a lot of work projects into one. The first one is our own IIP technology. Second is that we have a catalytic process in our plant. So there is always a scope for improvement of catalyst. So as we go towards commercialization, we want to improve upon the catalyst also. Every plant has some byproducts also. So we need working on to valorize those byproducts also, so that we can increase the profitability. Parallel to this, as it was mentioned, that there are a lot of existing pyrolysis plants in India, but they are not able to sell their product because of the quality which is not up to the mark. So we are looking into that part also as to how that can be improved. And the final we said was an exploratory work looking more futuristic, that is to get to the chemicals from waste plastics. So this is the first part where we have to improve the TRL of our plant. You know, we already have a 1 ton per day plant, and that's a part of the technology. We can produce either gasoline or diesel, and they meet the specifications of automotive grade BS6 specifications. Now this we have started from a lab scale, went up to a bench scale, now we're going to a pilot scale. The basic purpose of pilot is to test the prototype that we have built, and here some issues were observed when we are treating the MSW waste plastics. Now one of the reasons CD is working on it is that waste plastic is a mixed waste. We have a pre-treatment step, but we do not know how effective that is coming up. So we are working on both the steps to improve the pre-treatment steps, and parallelly we have identified some maintenance and operational issues we want to sort it out. Some of these are like some modification in the feeding system, some maybe heat loss we had observed. So those are the minor modifications we want to do and then take it up to a higher TRL level. Next part is the modification of the existing CSIR catalyst. This plant uses a catalyst. Now this catalyst has a fast deactivation, so we need a regeneration step. Now this whole process adds to both the capex as well as the opex. So we are trying to improve the catalyst life, which is present 36 hours to 100 hours. This will decrease both the capex and opex of the plant. So the activity plan are first to understand why it is deactivating, and so that we can improve upon the catalyst. This we already have done. and we have synthesized a few more recipes of the catalyst, which we are evaluating. So it could be that when we go towards the commercial plant, we could be having a new generation of catalyst in the plant. The third part is the analysis and upgradation of the pyrolysis oil, which is the oil that we are getting from different pyrolysis plants all over India. So we have a MOU with two plants, two manufacturers, and they have given their pyrolysis oil to study and see what we can improve it. So the two approaches we are following for this is, one is the fractionation, because it's a complete project, and second is some catalytic upgradation to see if that oil can be upgraded. And finally, we also go for techno-economic analysis, because the process ultimately what we give has to make sense for the economic sense for the these producers. This is just an example of that. One on the right side you have a cut, which is a fractionated cut from one of the pyrolysis oil, and you can see that there are certain parameters like the row number 2 and row number 3, 4, where we are not exactly meeting, which are very critical for any fuel to be used as a diesel. So these we need to improve upon, and what we feel is that it's good to be a mixture of both fractionation and catalytic upgradation that needs to be employed in pyrolysis plant to upgrade their product. The other part is the value addition to pyre products. So for any of these pyrolysis plant, or whether it is IIP process or any process, there is always some gas, there is always some lighter liquid. Now for the stability and safety of the fuel, it is important it has a very high flash point. That is, it should not catch fire when you are at a room temperature. To maintain, their lighter fractions have to be removed, which becomes a byproduct. So we are trying to see if we can add value to these products. Particularly, we are trying to go to a benzene, toluene, xylene rich hydrocarbon, which could be a very good blending stock for high octane blending stock for the gasoline of refineries. So there it's like the one example I have given you, that this is a typical composition of one of the light naphtha range, which we get from the pyrolysis oil. And we are trying to get it to convert to get about 90% of benzene, toluene, xylene. Presently it is about 20% aromatics in this feedstock. And the last of the action is that we are taking to convert into some chemicals like alpha olefins. Now, alpha olefins are very important intermediates for the chemical industry, and presently these are the processes are different. They are ultimately derived from fossil source only. So here we are trying to get to alpha olefins by process of pyrolysis. We want to be separating alpha olefins that adds to the cost, and then directly convert that liquid which is rich in alpha olefins to chemicals like linear alkyl benzene or maybe oxyalcohols. All this, so this is where we need to study the feasibility as to what quantity of alpha olefin can get and how feasible it is to react it by the known method, and if required, develop a new catalyst or new method to get to these products. So that's all covers broadly the work package we are doing. Still only 1 year, so we'll take about one more year to get the results, and this gives the whole team of our XCP project working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We have time for maybe only one question, and we have to move on. There is a question.
Which one?
Olefins.
Yeah.
Where are you right now? That has to be demonstrated at the lab level, or?
No, it's at the lab level only. We'll come to lab level only, maybe in a year's time.
Okay.
And then we'll take up scale up.
TRL 3 or 4, it's around TRL 3?
Yeah, we'll go to over TRL 3 or 4 in about a year's time.
In lab. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to move on. Thank you, Sanat. Thank you very much. We move on to the last presentation now. This is on performance evaluation of after treatment devices developed for constant speed diesel engine application. The presentation is by NIRI and IIP. Someone from NIRI here?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's online. All right. Okay, Nitin, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Lele. So, can I share my PPT?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, can you see the slide?
Yes, Nitin, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and apologies for not able to be there. This is a work we are pursuing with IIP about the development and performance evaluation of after treatment devices developed for constant engine speed diesel engine applications. But before that, I'll go through a brief background that normally we talk about the energy environment nexus, and although today it's all the GHG emissions or the climate change which take the front seat, but in Indian context, as we all are aware that the so-called conventional pollutants are also equally important, and especially the particulate matter emissions. And then we have a very important program called NCAP, wherein all the efforts are being made to reduce the particulate matter emissions. So the PM emissions, the major sources are combustion sources, okay, and there are variety of combustion sources. Although major emphasis have been given so far on the automobile, and a great sort of achievements have been done, and we are at the Euro 6 level. There have been a very strict guidelines from the CPCB about the retrofitment of diesel genset as well, but still there remains a large number of other combustion devices, especially with the informal sectors, which contributes a great deal to the PM emissions as well as many other toxic emissions. Let it be the solid fuel combustion by cook stove and the tandoor and many other small devices, to the variety of gensets, all are contributing to the PM emissions, so as the various toxic gases emissions. There is, as per the IIT Kanpur and ARI report, there is a significant contribution to the emission inventory from these informal sectors. We also done a lot of monitoring in the Delhi NCR, and we also realized that it is not only that they are contributing to the emission inventory, but the exposure is also very high in terms of these small combustion devices, because these are generally operated in the exposure zone rather than otherwise. So what we call it reducing the footprint of energy use, because we know that a great deal of efforts are being done towards cleaner energy generation. But when it comes to the reducing the footprint of energy use, a lot has to be done even now. So we are working on various devices, development of various devices. And the target is currently two. One is a diesel genset, because there are already legislations or CPCB guidelines in place. While there are many other environmental devices like the incinerators, which possibly need these after exhaust emission control devices. So we have complementary expertise available with the IIT, NEERI, and many other CSI lab, I would say. I'll just quote a small example that we have, along with ARCI and an industry partner, we have developed a small sanitary pad incinerator, and now we are working on a decentralized biomedical waste incinerator. And as you are aware, the regulations are very strict as far as dioxin furans emissions are concerned. And that actually makes these devices very energy intensive, because if you want to take care of dioxin furans, we need a combustion chamber temperature minimum 800 degrees Celsius, followed by a post-combustion chamber which needs to be about 1000 degrees Celsius. So there has been very rare attempts to use catalyst for these dioxin furan emission control, which actually should do the job. The only issue is the input emission quality or smoke quality or the exhaust quality. So these are some of the applications wherein the catalyst can find, I would say, very good use. Now restricting to this particular work wherein we are trying to develop the low cost catalyst for diesel exhaust emission control. This is how the diesel PM is formed. All of us know that when it released from the manifold and travel in the exhaust pipe, there are two processes. One is good because these particles get agglomerated and improve their size so that it can be tracked by our natural defense system. But the bad part is many of the hydrocarbons gets absorbed on these particles, and they offer the toxicity. Many of them are carcinogenic. So this is how it looks like a diesel PM under the SEM. This is a very common device called diesel particulate filter, which is placed in the diesel exhaust pipe. Okay, so the PM matter is trapped here, and After that, the challenge is how to regenerate this, because after some time this can get clogged, and the PM oxidation temperatures is usually 600 plus degrees Celsius, while the diesel exhaust, as the diesel engine is a lean burn engine, the exhaust temperature are typically less than 300 degrees Celsius. So there are a lot of applications of catalysts which are already in place. A combination of DOC and DPF using the noble metal are very common for Euro 6 vehicles. But what we are exploring is a low-cost catalyst using two approaches. One is probably improving the dispersion of noble metals or minimizing the amount of noble metals, and also attempting a purely non-noble metal-based catalyst. In this particular case, we have worked on a perovskite-based catalyst promoted by a small amount of noble metal. What I mean by small is typically 10% of what is being used, hardly 3 to 5 gram per cubic feet. And we attempted to develop a combination of DOC, diesel oxidation catalyst, and diesel particulate filter. I'm not going to go into the detail because of the time constraint. These are the typical criteria for catalyst design. Of course, there requires a lot of issues related to chemical stability, thermal stability, and a very high surface area. So we worked on a strontium ferrite based compositions, and then we tried to promote it with a small amount of noble metal. After detailed characterization, we normally go for three level of catalyst evaluation. One is using the fixed bed small laboratory scale reactor, or we can also use the thermogrammetric analysis method, especially for the PM oxidation reaction. Then the second level is a band scale facility, wherein we prepare a 100 cc or 200 cc prototype, and then third is the engine dynamometer test bed. So this is very typical catalyst evaluation setup we have, and we evaluate a large number of catalysts, and then we shortlist. And finally, we go for the band scale facility at our collaborators' place at Kyushu University, wherein we can use the actual diesel exhaust through a small genset. And about 200 cc or 150 cc of catalyst coated honeycomb can be placed here, or even the DPF can be placed here. And what we measure is CO2, which is a product of PM oxidation. Then after shortlisting these catalysts, of course, we analyze them for their activity. Here I will quickly say that this is a Printex V, which is known as an internationally accepted synthetic soot. So you can see it is getting oxidized beyond 500 degrees Celsius, 530 degrees Celsius, and one of the catalysts is showing it below, say, 400, or it's around 350, 375 degrees Celsius. So this reduction in the PM oxidation is a reflection of the catalytic activity of a particular catalyst. And after doing all these things, then we shortlisted one or two catalyst composition, wherein we try to prepare a full-scale prototype. So we buy this cauterite based honeycomb DOC and the DPF, and hence I must thank Sarda Motors, because fabrication of these devices are complex actually, and they provided us this fabrication. So these are the DOC and the DPF prototype. So simple slurry coating technique we have used to prepare these prototypes, and these are some of the details of what kind of a promotional elements we have used. So these prototypes have been then sent to the IIP, and I must say that it's a fairly complex issue to evaluate, and it's not only the evaluation, it's the matching and mapping of those devices with the engine, and this hard work has been done and is being done by the IIP team. So I request Dr. Devendra Singh, who is there, so I'm collaborating with Dr. Devan and Dr. Srinivas, so if he can explain next 4-5 slides.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. Thanks for that pricing the details of the catalyst which you have formulated in this. And after this, the catalyst was sent to IIP for their evaluations, and then we have evaluated these catalysts on our test benches. So could you just play the next slide, Dr. Nitin? Yeah, thank you. So these are the experimental details, because the devices were made for small engines. So we have a ready gensets in our lab. It is a very portable genset. It is a 5 kVA genset. To start with, just to understand what is the temperature profile of this gensets, because the soot oxidation characteristics which he has studied, the PM oxidation So the target temperature is around 350 or 400. So first objective is to understand what is the temperature profile of the exhaust after using these devices, and also how much % reduction is achieved in a short term or D25 mode cycle, which is a standard cycle as per CPCB. So we use this ISO 8178 D25 mode cycle for evaluation of this, and based on their weighting factor, we have evaluated what is the typical emission characteristics of it. So this is the setup, if you setup which is there, and in the exhaust we have first we have put non-noble metal based DOC followed by a DPF, then DOC noble metal without DPF. So this is the test matrix in which we ran around 7 test runs on these 5 mode cycles, and these are the details of these test cycles. Next please. Yeah, so the results of this is after doing this 5 mode test cycle, which is a typical 50 minutes test cycle, in which we evaluate first mode is 100%, 75%, 50%, 25% and 10%. So what we did is first we fit this engine with without any after treatment devices. So what is the exhaust? So we took the temperature profile of this exhaust and also what is the typical characteristics of this emissions. So those were done, and then noble metal based DOC was there, and these results indicate that this noble metal based DOC shows some reduction as compared to the raw exhaust without any this thing. And when we club this DOC with a DPF, so it shows a significant reduction, and it's fairly acceptable phenomena. Whenever you add some filters or these kind of things in the exhaust, so it will restrict the PM in that. But the major challenge of this is restriction is it keep on building. The suit will keep on building in DPF, and it has to be regenerated intermittently. So that is the key challenge. But our first role is to what is the typical PM reduction capability of these devices. So this is the first phase of the study which we have done in a small set. And then next please. We used, this is a typical result for non-noble metal based, and here also what we found is DOC is not that effective in terms of PM reduction, but again when you add DOC plus DPF, it shows a significant reduction. And because DOC, when you add DOC, so it is a understood phenomena, it normally oxidizes a soluble organic fraction of a particulate. Particulate comprises of carbon nucleus and adhered on the soluble organic fractions, sulfates and moistures. So DOC typically removes some part of it. So by adding DOC, you can expect 20 to 25% reduction in PM. And if you want to have a drastic reduction in PM, it has to be coupled with the DPF. Lastly, what we did is, after evaluating non-noble metal based DOC, noble metal based DOC, clubbed with DPF, this genset comes with the original OEM fitted DOC also. So we compared that only DOC, no DPF was there. So that OEM DOC with both of our non-noble and noble metal based. So if you see in the last figure, PM, the results are almost comparable. The DOC, which was you can say developed by NERI, it shows almost comparable results as to the OEM fitted DOC. So that gives a confidence. And then what we did is we took out this DOC and we start putting this on a 62.5 kVA genset. It's quite a big genset. So before that is the phase 2 study which we are going. So before that, let us summarize this thing, what we have achieved. So the performance of DOC, DPF are evaluated on portable gensets, and we found a relatively better, you can say comparable results as compared to the OEM DOCs. The future which we are doing here in our lab, the phase 2 study, in which we have taken a 62 kVA genset, and when we fit this DOC and DPF on that, so it's a learning basically. So in a very portable genset, we didn't find the back pressure issue that level. But this 62.5 kVA genset comes with the you can say exhaust back pressure, factory fitted exhaust back pressure declared is 65 millibars. That is the limit. So whenever you have, because these engines are naturally aspirated engines without having any, you can say, turbocharging and other things. So these naturally aspirated engines are having simple exhaust, and we have to see what is the typical, you can say, what is the typical temperature profile of it. And then when we add this DOC to it, so the back pressure rises to 2 times or 3 times. And that's a very alarming. Why I'm saying alarming? Because your whole emission characteristics or the engine performance characteristics changes when you have a heavy back pressure issues. Like back pressures 65, we are getting around 200 millibars. So that is not acceptable at all, because the whole fuel consumption characteristics will change. Your emissions depends on fuel consumption. So if engine is consuming more fuel, you'll have more emission results. So everything goes null and void for that. So the approach for next is, we have just took out this DOCs and DPF. Now we are putting a new canning. We are trying to have a new canning so that to reduce the back pressure. That is the first goal in which we are working. And hopefully once we get this canning done, so we'll do this study with a acceptable limited back pressure on that. And in future, most probably, we'll have this kind of DOC and DPF combination. And the passive regeneration is taking place. Another important role, another important study in which we are doing is, when DOC and DPF are there, so there's a passive regeneration occur. Passive regeneration means without having any extra effort, the DOC which produces NO2, so we try to maximize this NO2 of this DOC, and when it react with the soot particles of the DPF which were clogged in the DPF, so the reaction took place, NO2 and carbon particles, that results in CO2. So that will give a oxidation of the soot particles and will give quite a good PM reduction. But when we do this, it's a passive regeneration, but it doesn't happen because it's a soot formation is a balance of oxidation and formation. So we may have some kind of chances that the balance is not appropriate and you have more clogging on this, and sometimes back pressure may happen. So we don't want to have any kind of this thing. So we keep on monitoring the pressure across the DPF, across the devices. So the difference between the pressure should not be beyond certain limits, which is as per the factory devices. So these are very critical things, because if we don't do this, then we may have some issues with this particulate filters also. So this is the strategy, and we are simultaneously developing a diagnostic solutions for that. If someone having some issues are there, then alarm will trigger and the engine will switch off. So these kind of developments are we are going it. And the last but not the least, the active regeneration strategies we are trying to follow in this. And for this, we are procured multiple DOCs and DPF, and hopefully we may have a good solution for that. And this is the background which Dr. Nitin has already quoted. This all we are doing as per the NGT order in 2019 which came, which clearly mandates the end users should use and some kind of devices to the in-use DG set to reduce the PM by 70%. That is the thing. Through 2 methods, either by using a RECD or by using a gas phase system. So I just want to take 1 minute or just a minute. We just want to inform you that we are also working on dual fuel kits, because that is the second recommendation given by NGT order. So we are working on both things. So dual fuel kit approval system and procedure not is in place. So this is in draft stage. So we are working on dual fuel kits development as well as REC development. Thank you very much for this, for your patience. This is the team. I should acknowledge our team because led by Dr. Nitin, and we have supported them to develop this product, and it should see the light of the day. And a special credits to Dr. Srinivas Padala, our technical officer Rajendra Badola, Mr. Setpal Singh, a new TA has joined us, Rahul Kumar, and other supporting staff. Thank you very much for you. Any questions? So
Thank you very much.
happy to
I'm
take it.
sorry we have run out of time.
Thank you very
so
much.
there will not be any questions, time left for any questions. So thank you very much, Niri and IIP team. I think we've come to the end of this second session of PAN CSIR Collaboration Showcase. And I think we have had 6 or 7 really excellent presentations where the strength of CSIR has been demonstrated through excellent projects. And as I said in the beginning, IIP has been the glue for it, the binder for it, and thanks also to Dr. Anjan Ray for providing that leadership. So I would like to end by congratulating IIP for this excellent 1 week, 1 lab showcase event, and also for giving the entire CSIR family the opportunity to present their work in this OWOL event. Thank you, Anjan, for your leadership, and I'll end the session here, and I think the last by Dr. Sophi. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thanks for moderating this session. We're thankful to you and for the timely completion of all the presentations. With this, now I request Dr. Lele to kindly felicitate the speakers of this session, Dr. Samir from CSIR NCL and Dr. Madan Kumar from CSIR CIRI. Sir, can you do the honors? Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Dr. Anjan Ray, Director CSIR-IIP, to kindly felicitate Dr. Lele. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of today's session. Now, may I request Dr. Pankaj Kanodia to kindly propose the vote of thanks for today.
A very good evening to all present here. We have come to the end of this our 3 events of New Delhi, and we hosted 3 events at Habitat Center. And this started with the stakeholders meet on 13th April, followed by 17th April with the launch of Dilsaf Fuel, sustainable fuel brand. And this we are finally closing today with the MSME meet and the PAN CSR showcase, collaboration showcase. So as talked about the purpose of this 1 week, 1 lab program in the beginning, it is now appropriate to comment on how it went. So we, on the behalf of this OWOL core committee, I wish to express that we are overwhelmed with the participation of our stakeholders comprising representatives from industry, MSME and our sister labs. For today's PAN CSIR showcase program, I express my gratitude to all those who attended this event, and my sincere thanks to the chairman of the sessions, Professor Manoranjan Parida, Director CRRI, and Dr. Ashish Lele, Director NCL. We thank you, sir, for accepting this invitation and coming here for these participation. I also thank all the collaborating scientists from our sister labs who have come here to present their work, and I believe that everyone who has attended this presentation sessions have been benefited by these discussions. From the first session, I thank Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran and Dr. Devashish Ghosh, Dr. Vineet Ania from IICT, Dr. Sumal Jain from our own institute, Dr. R.S. Sripada of CSR NIO, and his collaborator at CSIR-IIP, Dr. Sunil Kumar Suman.
And I also thank Dr. G. Bharat of CSIR-CRRI and Dr. T. Bhaskar of IIP. From the second session, I thank Dr. P. Nagendramma and O.P. Khatri of IIP, and Dr. Samir of NCL, Dr. Madan of CIRI, and Dr. Sanat of IIP. I am thankful to Dr. Nitin Lapsetwar for his online presence, and Dr. Devin Singh for his presentation on after treatment devices. So I'm thankful to the convener of this session, Dr. Swapnil, and this session of Pan-CSR collaboration showcase. It provided a platform to our scientists to share their experiences and expectations from their collaborative research, and it is indeed useful in paving the way to a better future partnership. So the OWOL Core Committee expresses heartfelt thanks to our director, Dr. Anjan Ray, who closely guided not only this session, this event, but all the events of 1 Week 1 Lab hosted till now. I thank the convener of this 1 Week 1 Lab program, Dr. G.G. Thakre, for his extensive involvement and ensuring that the events were smoothly sailed. I also thank Dr. Bhavya for a wonderful comparing. This is not available right now. And finally, last but not the least, the OWOL Core Committee thank the ONGC Energy Center, Sudhkemi India Private Limited, Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, and Indian Oil Corporation Limited for providing the financial support for the OWL campaign. We hope that the support will continue to be part in our future courses as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. With this, we come to the end of the 6th day of our 1 Week 1 Lab campaign. It was wonderful to have you all and hope to meet you soon. And tomorrow we'll be celebrating the valedictory function of 1 Week 1 Lab. You are all invited for the same at Dehradun campus. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind.
Just